Police Officer of the Year for 2024. Stephen Rowe is an emerging leader in our department. It's an honor to introduce him to council and acknowledge his accomplishments as an officer. Stephen is a 4-year veteran of our department, hired in 2020. He's a lifelong Ferndale resident, growing up on Oak Ridge Street, West Oak Ridge Street. After attending Berkeley High, he attended Western Michigan University, where he graduated in 2020 with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He is an evidence technician and a field training officer. He's received the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award in 2021 and 2023, and is currently on pace to receive that award again this year. Stephen is a testament of our emerging leadership, and as far as succession planning goes, someday he's going to make a fine supervisor. So congratulations, Stephen, on the 2024 Police Officer of the Year Award.
Congratulations. Our next presentation is the update on the Public Works Infrastructure construction projects for the year end. M. Jameson.
We had a busy year. We had quite a few infrastructure programs, so I thought it was important to kind of give council an update, give you the opportunity to ask any questions. I've got Scott Ringler here from Giffords and Webster available to answer questions as well. And I'd like to just go over all of them. There's about 6 major ones that we'll go over. I apologize, these are kind of dense. There's a lot of text. I don't like to do that, but I didn't have enough pictures to break everything up. So the pavement improvement program for 2024, why we do that? Because asphalt has a lifespan of roughly 20 years when maintained properly. And we began a 10-year repaving program on our locals in 2016 fiscal. This year was the 9th, next year will be the 10th. This last year we repaved 6.6 miles of roadway. One of the process things that we do to try to either save money or try to be innovative is we coordinate all of this work with lead and utilities. It's more cost effective. You don't have to cut the roadway twice. It will extend the life of your roadways, and that's really a cost that you don't understand until you get into year 17, 18, 19, 20, and you realize you're saving a few $100,000, and I'll kind of break that down a little bit more with the crack sealing program. Funding opportunities, this slide will be the same for almost everyone. Funding opportunities, the local road improvement program through the county and congressional funds. Obviously we get Act 51 dollars, and we have the 9th year of a road bond that we're spending now. This year we got $60,000 from the county for Wanda. We are always looking for county dollars, federal dollars to make our budget stretch further. Next year we have Hilton. We're getting about $723,000 for that from the county, and then following that, 9 Mile from Woodward to Pinecrest, we have about $442,000 secured from the county as well. So 5-year unit cost increase we put together from 2019 to today was about 111%. That means today's dollars, 1 million, we would need about 1,113,924 5 years from now. Our contractor for the last 2 years was Al's Asphalt. I'd like to say the contractor performed the work on time, on budget. They did additional work. They maintained their unit cost. They did a great job with providing notice to residents, which is important. Most of the streets that they're working on are in residential neighborhoods. So we need to get signs out, letters out. They do a very good job handling customer service directly with the residents as needed. They did a quality job the first time. There was a very small punch list, and for the first time since last year, and the only time in the first 9 years of the project, everything was closed out prior to December, which is pretty good. They're the only contractor to do that. Again, future projects, that's what's going on there. And I can pause on each program or just take questions at the end. If anyone wants to just jump in, that's fine. Each of these, I'm going to include a little map. Some of these are kind of hard to see, but if you squint, you can see red. This is a PACER rating, and that stands for, I had to write it down because I always forget, pavement surface and evaluation rating. 1 is poor, 10 is excellent. Red means poor. That's a 1 to 3 rating. If you looked at our 2025 local paving map, most of those red streets are scheduled to be replaced next year. Some of them are yellow, and you may think, why would you replace a yellow street? But if you look at 9 Mile, for example, we're using county data, not data that Giffords and Webster put together, so that data is about 20 years old, because I think those streets were last looked at in 2013. So moving on to the water main improvement program, why do we do this? Why do we replace water mains before they're broken? Because they're old and they are broken and they are breaking. Water main breaks are expensive and time consuming. It's always cheaper when you do planned maintenance. Maintenance interval for ductile iron is about 50 years. It can last longer, but 50 years is the service life for that material. Units completed in 2024 is about 2,200 linear feet, which is a little less than half of a mile. Process. So one of the innovations is when we replace a 6-inch through a residential neighborhood, we use 8-inch. That ups the capacity of flow for that neighborhood, and it makes sure that we have enough water for everyone. We bundle it with paving, lead, and copper replacement work to ensure that we're not cutting in roadways twice and we're not opening holes more than once. Funding opportunity, so we currently have a water bond that we're spending on to do some infrastructure work. We recently had a state revolving loan fund, and we will be petitioning or applying for congressional spending, and I put an asterisk by 1 because there's a large project that, as an 8-mile water main replacement, that we plan on submitting to all of our representatives and senators. The 5-year unit cost increase for this program is about 124%. That means we would be looking at about $1.2 million versus $1 million today for $1 million worth of spending. Contractor this year was Intercity Contracting. They completed the work on time. They added valves that were outside of the project because we were already in the area working, realized we needed some more isolation valves. So they did that at unit cost. They did the restoration work. The restoration work was completed a little bit slow. They were a little bit slow on punch list items, but all in all, they did a pretty good job. Future programming, we have Mahan, Brickley, and Shevlin. And just to kind of show an example, on the top of that screen in the northeast corner, there are 3 red lines. That is Mahan, Brickley, and Shevlin. So while we do the water main, following up, we will do paving on those streets. We have Woodward Heights and Jarvis the following year, and then 8 Mile, we've set aside 3 years because that's a large project that's going to take multiple years. 75 miles is the total water main we have in service. In the last 30 years, approximately, we've done about 20.1 miles of replacements. That's about 27% of our water main. This is what a distribution map looks like. Again, this is a lot of data on a small screen. I do have some hard copies if anyone's interested, and I can always share digital if council would like to see those too. So moving on, the sewer improvement program, what we call CIPP for cured in place pipe. Why we do it? Because higher flow is what we need to deal with intense rainfall, and as intense rainfall events become more regular, it's important that we keep water flowing to keep water out of basements. We have not had very many of these events since I've been here, specifically in the last couple of years. And part of the reason is because we spend money on maintaining our sewer system. The maintenance interval for this is about 3 out of 4 years, and that's following the CCTV, which I'll get into on the next slide. Units completed this past year, about 8,000 linear feet. One of the process innovations that we have is we line instead of excavate. Lining is cheaper, it stands up maintenance-wise, it is very cost beneficial to the city, and then excavation isn't always easy. Not only would you tear up a roadway, in some cases you would go through somebody's backyard. So for instance, where I live, behind me, it's a vacated alleyway. So to go from Planavon to Woodward to actually excavate and replace sewer pipe would mean ripping through fences, trees, private property, just to get to that easement. So lining is a godsend. Funding opportunities, this is a maintenance item. Outside funding is a lot less likely for this work. 5-year cost increase of the program has been about 130%. So $1 million of spending today would be about $1.3 million in 2029 if it follows that same growth rate. Contractor this year is SAK Construction. I would say that they were average. They weren't bad, they weren't good. Communication was not great. They are still working on the punch list, and Giffords is working on getting them to finish the punch list. Future programming, 2025 and 2026, is going to be based on CCTV. As a note, we have 81.8 linear miles of sewer in service. About 27.4 have been lined or point repairs and replaced, and that's about 33% of the total. Again, another map that doesn't look great on a screen because it has so much data. I can share this if anyone's interested. Sewer cleaning and televising program. I should have pointed out in the last picture, or the last slide rather, that was a picture of a sewer if you couldn't tell. And this is another picture of a sewer blocked by a giant root ball. Why we do these? Because conditions change, and we use this to prioritize our sewer improvement program. And also, one of the most important things is not only do we televise and do a condition assessment, but we also clean. So you can see why that's important from this picture. And I'll say as well that this work is supplemented by DPW emergency CCTV that we do in segments when a resident calls, complains, we do an investigation or find a problem because a catch basin needs work done or something like that. What the data that we gather gets added to the CCTV data, and that's how we prioritize the sewer replacement program. So maintenance interval, again, this is 1 out of 4 years. It happens before the 3 years of the sewer improvement program. Units completed in 2024, about 61,000 linear feet. The process and innovation that we did this year for the first time is we use sonar on our bigger pipe. So anything 66 to 90 inches is hard to see. Standard camera. It can be difficult because as you can see, this is, as you can see, this is a 90-inch pipe. The bottom of it is filled with water, and that's usually the case, so it's difficult to get a good condition assessment on anything that big with a standard camera. So again, outside funding is less likely for maintenance items. 5-year unit cost increase was about 110%, which is pretty good. So 1 million versus 1.1 in 2029. Contractor for this was Taplin. They did an outstanding job. They were prompt. Their data was excellent. Cleaning was comprehensive. We have no complaints. We would love to use them again. Future program, 2028. This CCTV program will be looking at sewers that were last seen in '96, and these were all in good condition at the time. Again, this is the 90-inch actually on Troy Street behind City Hall, and that's an example of the data we get from the sonar imaging. And you can, again, if you squint, the one thing that you can see, the big blue line are all of the sonar. So you can kind of see behind City Hall all the way to Pinecrest. And all the other smaller blue sections are the ones that were proposed and done this past year. So the sidewalk improvement program, why we do it, a lot of people think it's just so that we have a nice fresh slab of concrete in front of every home, but it's actually for accessibility, liability, and walkability. We want to make sure that people can walk down the sidewalks. We want to make sure people with accessibility needs can get up and down the sidewalks. We want to make sure that nobody's tripping on the sidewalks. Maintenance interval for these, every 2 years. We do 2 sections, 10 total. Units completed in 2024 was roughly 768 sidewalk flags. Process, it's a biannual project to minimize cost and disruption. We used to do it every year. There's a lot of administrative hurdles that are required to take place alongside this program, and part of the reason is it is a special assessment. So residents are paying for the program. They pay about $225,000 versus about $25,000 from the general fund for city property sidewalks. 5-year cost increase, this is the largest one, is about 186%. So 1 million today looks like 1.8 million 5 years from now if that holds true. The contractor this year is Luigi Ferdinandi, Inc. I believe they were the last time too. So last 2 years it was Ferdinandi. Contractor performance, they started late, but they completed on time. They could have communicated a little better and improved job sequencing. So we make sure that we only work on one side of the street at all times, so that way someone can, traveling down a street always has an open route. That didn't always get followed as well as it should have, so we'll make sure to talk about that a little more with the next contractor. Future programming, 2026, east and west of Woodward at 9 Mile, and I'll show a map. So not next year, but the following year, we will be doing section 2025 and 2026. The crack sealing program, why we do this one, it extends the service life of pavement, and it is a very cheap considered to all of our other programs, but it is very important that we continue to do it. The maintenance interval for pavement is every 2 years, 7 years, 12 years, and 17 years. So the units completed in 2024, about 20 miles. We have 75 total in the city, not counting 8 Mile and Woodward, which are MDOT roadways. And we did an additional 7 parking lots this year through the program. Funding, again, not applicable. It's a maintenance item. There's not a lot out there. 5-year unit cost increase. This is kind of a weird one. It basically funding or costs stayed pretty straight, but there's a little bit, it's a little hard to compare to 2019 because it really depends on how bad the roadways are. So if you're doing a fresh roadway, your cost is a lot cheaper per lane mile than it is now. So costs are going up, but slightly, but that didn't show from 2019 to 2024. So $60,000 roughly every other year means about $30,000 annually in spending. This year we used Wolverine Contracting. They were average. They did a good job with what they did, but the notice to residents was lacking. That's not something that a lot of cities require of a crack sealing company, but it is something that we do our best to make sure that the contractor sees the importance of, because in a lot of our neighborhoods there is a lot of cars on the streets, and the more cars on the streets means less cracks that are actually sealed. So the future program, 2026, so skip a year, we'll be doing crack sealing again. And then I did want to mention next year we have pavement marking, because those kind of take place one after the other. And if I can say as well that part of the reason they take place one after the other is you don't want to crack seal a road right after you've refreshed all the striping. So big numbers, 42,500 is 10 years of road bond paving. And I just want to demonstrate what it means to extend the life of your pavement from 16 years to 20 years. So if $42.5 million is divided by 16 years, that's a cost of about $2.6 million per year for that roadway. If it gets you to 18 years, you're looking at about 2.3, so you saved about $300,000 per year. 42.5, if you actually get 20 years out of your road, you're spending about 2.1 million, so you saved about 500,000. So that kind of demonstrates how that 30,000 annual makes sense to pay. So I believe this is the last one we'll be talking about. Lead service follows this, but we'll have another presentation on that in December. So the traffic signal modernization program, why reliability, aesthetics, these look better than the hanging from a wire. They're way more resilient. So a windstorm's not going to knock these down, which means that our intersections are going to stay safe. They last longer than the signals on a wire as well. Banner arms last about 30 years. The unit completed in 2024 this spring was at Camborne and Hilton, which is pictured here. We have all 9 of our intersections completed now, so we have about 15-year period where we shouldn't have to do much more than maintain. 5-year unit cost increase for these was a little difficult to quantify, but we looked at about 151% versus the last one that we did in 2017. So that would mean $1 million is about 1.5 in spending. Contractor was Rawhorn. Rawhorn was on time, on budget. They had a small punch list. They completed their work. We're all set there. Again, future programming, we'll be just doing maintenance until 2040. So the lead service replacement program is the last one. As I said, end of year, we're going forward. End of year and going forward is coming in December. So that is it for infrastructure programs. And if anyone's awake and has questions, I'm here, Scott's here.
Put it up for council.
That was very good. Very successful season. Thank you. Thank you to the DPW staff.
Thank you.
No action tonight, so thank you, James.
Thank you, Council.
And our next presentation is overview presentation about the Ferndale Downtown Development Authority. Jenny Beaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening.
So many people know of us as Downtown Ferndale, but the purpose of tonight's presentation is to let people know a little bit more about what the DDA, the Downtown Development Authority, is, what we do in Ferndale, and how we do it. Starting off, what is a DDA? A Downtown Development Authority was empowered starting in Michigan back in 1975. This was a response to kind of the exodus of downtown areas to suburbs and malls and areas that really left the core heart of the community, like you see in a walkable downtown, like, you know, in pre-war eras. So the DDAs are really empowered in the state of Michigan because they are designed to prevent blight, they are designed to preserve historic preservation and drive economic development to maintain the integrity and longevity of viable downtowns and viable communities. Our mission within Downtown Ferndale is that we work to drive and deliver and advance the great downtown experience with an emphasis on diversity. So we want a mixture of things for night and day, all ages. If you're 8, if you're 80, however you're getting in and around Downtown Ferndale, we want you to have a place there, and we want it to be a sustainable and forward-focused, inclusive experience. So where are we within Ferndale? This is the first image. I'm going to explain a little bit further why there's 2 colors up there. Our overall development boundaries start from Pinecrest on the west side and go over to Paxton on the east. They go up as far as Oak Ridge to the north and Marshall down along Woodward. But you'll see another area within there that we call our TIF district, and that extends from Livernois to Bermuda and up to Breckenridge and down to Saratoga within the real center of downtown Ferndale. Ferndale. That's what we call the TIF district, and I'm going to explain that further in a second slide. As downtown Ferndale, you can find us here at City Hall. We keep an office here in the basement level. You can reach us by phone, by email, visit our website, and we encourage you to follow us on social media. We are especially present on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, Twitter, all of the social media platforms, and that's where we post the most and like to engage with people. So when we talk about the TIF district, this has a lot to do with how the DDA is funded. So one misconception is, how much of your tax dollars might be going to fund the things in downtown. And for most residents, it's really not much at all. The vast majority of our funding comes from a tax increment financing model that is levied against the property taxes in the downtown district. This is capturing part of the growth in the tax base over time that is then reinvested in the downtown district. So when we talk about that TIF district, here shown in red, this illustrates where the property taxes that are collected in that area by law have to be reinvested in that TIF district. So it's also worth noting that because we have this TIF district, this is actually a really great reinvestment model for Ferndale. If we did not have this TIF, more of these taxes would go out to other jurisdictions, but because they are reinvested and empowered through a DDA model, they do stay within downtown Ferndale. It's also worth noting that if the TIF did not exist in Ferndale, we would lose about a third of the value of that, roughly $200,000 or more every year, to other taxing jurisdictions like Oakland County. It would go to transit things. It would go to other taxing jurisdictions. But because we have this TIF model and because the DDA is empowered in Ferndale, it stays in Ferndale. We are able to reinvest this for things that might not otherwise get funded, like sidewalk programs, reinvestment in business incubation, and other activities that would be more challenging for us to fund otherwise. We do also seek on a regular basis grants and other philanthropic contributions. This year we are really pleased to accept almost $300,000 by the state of Oakland County because we are a Main Street program, which I'll explain again in a moment, but we were able to get this grant because of our status as a downtown. We also get other funding, including technical assistance and training from Oakland County, and we seek other private sponsorships frequently, like Les Stanford, Live, and Jim Schaefer and Associates have been really great sponsors in the past. So who are we as the DDA? We're managed by a board. Those board members are appointed by the mayor with the approval by council. There are 8 members and plus the mayor, and these are governed by PA 57, the act that established downtown development authorities in the state of Michigan, also local laws in the city of Ferndale, and also a set of bylaws that the board develops for themselves. By law, a majority of those members, so 5 out of 9, have to have a direct interest in the downtown TIF area. So these are most commonly business owners, business employees, residents, property owners, and we also have additional residents at large from Ferndale who serve on our board. We have an executive director, myself, and a full-time staff person who we both report to. I, as the executive director, report to the board, and other staff reports into me. The board members are expected to help us establish the DDA budget on an annual basis, set the vision and strategy for the DDA and development in the downtown, attend monthly meetings, attend any other trainings and networking, other affinity group meetings, and then also trainings every year. So some familiar names and faces you might know. Mayor Rayhan Leaks-May obviously sits on our board, and Councilmember Rhonda Kelly is our alternate. Sarah Brown, who is pictured in the middle with the teal shirts there, is our chair. She is a Ferndale resident and owner of HCS CrossFit. Matari Harris is our vice chair and the owner of Bags and Beads. Jadonna Dingus is our secretary and the owner of Margot and Max. Jess Minnick is the owner of Not Sorry Goods, located on Woodward. Toli Ashkenazi, also pictured in the photo at the bottom, is one of the managing partners of 215 West in Soho. Doug Smith is the owner of Core Restaurant in downtown, and Grant Zavak is another member from the city of Ferndale at large. Myself, I'm the executive director. Summer Reilly is our engagement manager. She's in the back of the room. And the pictures at the bottom were taken from our Main Street National training this year in Birmingham, Alabama. So it was great for us to travel together, see what other communities are doing nationwide, and also really get that good feeling of other communities knowing Ferndale because we have a nationwide reputation. Part of that nationwide reputation is because we are a accredited Main Street community. We're also a Great American Main Street Award winner, which is pretty prestigious. We were first accredited in 2001, and we are one of 6 Michigan communities, and I'm going to guess a few hundred nationwide maybe, to have ever been accredited as a national Main Street community. So the Main Street model was established by the National Trust with an emphasis on economic development with historic preservation. So this falls very much in line with the DDA's purpose of preserving, our history and our community, but also activating economic development and community development within downtowns. Main Street Oakland County is also a very unique model because it is the only governing body nationwide that exists at a county level. So we have the great benefit of partnering with other really great Main Streets throughout Oakland County. I won't name them all. You can find them along the Woodward Corridor and also the 9 Mile Corridor and others. But the great downtowns you've been to most often have an association with Main Street National. As part of this, we are evaluated annually, and we have to seek accreditation. Some of the brands and taglines you might know us from are seeing our Downtown Ferndale logo and our You Belong Here ethos, again, always with an emphasis on inclusivity and making sure that everyone has a spot in Ferndale. Some of the activities you might know us from, we are responsible for administering the patio zone social district. For those who don't know, our patio zone is specific because it means pay and take it outside. So those beverages, if you ever get from our fantastic establishments downtown, when you're taking them outside, that is local branding and management through us. We also sponsor the 9 on 9 concert series at Schiffer Park from July to September. We do Michigan Downtown Day also in September, movies outdoors, the downtown trick-or-treating. We co-sponsor Santa at Schiffer with Parks and Rec, and we also promote our businesses through campaigns like Shopping Small and Local. We also frequently partner with the Special Events Commission to organize and welcome outside partners with this. So things like the Cinco de Mayo, Pride Festival, Pig and Whiskey. We are the first-time Clean Cruise host this year in the area, as well as Dream Cruise, which we all know really put us on the map too. DIY and Funky Ferndale, and then partner with Jingle and Mingle and the Holiday Underground Market. For beautification and public spaces, we have a really fantastic partnership that we contract through the Department of Public Works. So we partner with DPW to arrange all of the beautiful hanging plants and flowers, the decorations you see throughout downtown, also the holiday lights and seasonal decorations that make it feel really great when you're walking through downtown. We've also worked to activate the green space next to the DOT parking structure with some seating, other decorations, making sure that if you're downtown, you just need a place to sit. That's a little bit of green space we have. We also have been providing an outdoor toilet for public use there for the last year because recognizing people have universal needs and we're here to meet those needs. We also sponsor the downtown mural programs. If you've seen a lot of the murals that are on the sides of businesses, in 2023, we sponsored 6 outdoor murals and 6 outdoor murals and then an art installation. This year we did 3 new public installations and then a refresh of some of our previously existing installations. So we've got some great self-guided art walks that folks can follow to see, all the beautiful things throughout downtown. When you recognize those spaces that people take pictures at, they memorialize those amazing family moments. We're really honored that happens in downtown Ferndale. As I mentioned, the sidewalk grant that we got from Main Street Oakland County, this is going to be supporting our wayfinding and mobility emphasis throughout downtown. This will help us, as Jim mentioned, like DPW is doing, to ensure that people can get around safely and comfortably. You're not tripping on sidewalks, that we're able to, navigate pretty easily throughout downtown, and whether that's in the summertime or wintertime. Part of that wintertime activity is us helping with snow removal and ice melt product that we give to businesses, and we're finalizing our sidewalk snow removal contract for this year. Also do a plug to please look for information coming from us in the beginning of 2025. We're going to be seeking input for our wayfinding and the sidewalk program throughout downtown, wanting to understand what is important for people to see. What are you looking for when your guests and visitors are coming to Ferndale? How do you tell them to get around? Making sure that we have it, that it's easy for anybody. These are just some snapshots of the things that we've sponsored over the last year. You see some Woodward Moves communications up there, our public restroom, our DPW partnership, and our fabulous 9 on 9 concert series. We're also champions for local businesses throughout Ferndale. We had almost $3,000 purchased in Ferndale dollars. This is an electronic gift card that you can use at more than 30 participating businesses throughout Ferndale. We've had a little bit more than $2,000 of that redeemed this year so far, and we'll continue to grow the business base where you can use those Ferndale dollars. So if you're looking for gift ideas, especially at a corporate level or just a stocking stuffer, this is a great model that keeps those dollars here in Ferndale. We welcomed more than 10 new businesses and then also promoted lots of our businesses through the local gem sweepstakes that was co-sponsored by Main Street Oakland County and Genesis Credit Union. This is a great way for you to take selfies and pictures with your favorite businesses, post that online. You're entered to win a contest for $1,000, and that business gets the promotion through an Oakland County website. So this is a great way we see to activate people who already love our downtown and the shops, but how to get them to participate and broadcast that even more. We also have this year a great holiday guide for downtown. If you're looking for places to shop, experiences to combine, that little special something to meet up with friends over Thanksgiving or the December holidays. Just remember, we have so many great spaces in downtown, and we're always encouraging folks to get out and enjoy those. We have partnerships with the Accessibility and Advisory Commission to make sure that we have inclusive spaces for all needs and all abilities. We also partner frequently with the Arts and Beautification Commission for those same reasons we already outlined about making downtown beautiful and memorable. We have a dedicated downtown resource officer, Andy Roth, who is a partner with us through Ferndale Police Department. So our businesses or visitors, if they have police or safety needs, they have a direct liaison through the police department, which is a really unique partnership that we don't see in as many other communities. We partner frequently with the District Library, the Ferndale Business Association, Historical Society, and also Oakland Thrive that's helping to provide small business services like legal review, promotional, business plan development, all sorts of things that we are really a connector from what the downtown can do to what other outside service providers can help with. These are just some snapshots of those. That is Andy Roth pictured in the police uniform, not the Spider-Man uniform. That is Jess Minnick, who's one of our board members and was a participant in the DIY street fair this year. That's one of our ribbon cuttings at Love and Other Books featuring Councilmember Johnson and Mayor Leaks May. And then Shop Small and Local campaign, Quick's Chocolate, was a great success story. They were the #3 tagged business in all of Oakland County, which got them a lot of notoriety, and they've also recently expanded into the airport. So we're really excited to have 2 businesses, Anita's Kitchen and Quick's Chocolate, for travelers internationally and regionally at Detroit Wayne Airport in the Evans Terminal. So ways that you might have seen us, we were voted one of the 50 best places to live by Money Magazine, and Michigan actually had 2 or 3 cities on here, so we are really proud that some states didn't get any cities, and we got more than 2 in Michigan, and including Ferndale. We're also the best neighborhood to live in by Detroit Metro Times. Which was not organized by us. This was really an organic honor that people really felt, hey, Ferndale is the place to be, and we're really proud to have received that. We had a number of businesses throughout downtown that were also featured in the best of this year for 2024. We scheduled and participated in several media interviews. We also hosted walking tours from the MEDC, Visit Detroit, the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals, and Main Street America. The CEO came to visit us and had a great lunch with us at Louisa's. We reached more than 15,000 followers on Instagram this year. And then we also conducted social media training for our businesses, realizing that it's not the same old way of just advertising through print or advertising through a website. We work with our businesses to provide those kinds of supports to help them understand how to grow their business and be more successful in Ferndale. And we also help to navigate a lot of the challenges with the Woodward Moves transition, including the communications, partnering with our City of Ferndale Communications Department, but making sure that people and businesses knew what to expect from a project of that magnitude. That's still been really great for us because it's increased our visibility as being both walkable and bikeable at a state level, regional level, and even nationwide from some visitors. So our priorities over the next year, first and foremost, be reaccredited. That will come up in mid-February. We're also currently seeking 2 members to serve on our board with an emphasis on a TIF resident. Because we have more than 100 residents in that TIF zone, we are required to have a resident of the downtown. So I think this also speaks to our inclusivity and representation on the board, making sure that we've got a lot of different viewpoints and that people are represented for their downtown. We'll also be seeking additional trainings, bringing those members up to board, and then also setting some strategy for the next year and the next 5 years for us as well. A big one is going to be the Sidewalks and Wayfinding project that will be coming with community outreach sessions in the first quarter and wrap up in the second quarter with construction expected by probably November. Making sure that we're reaching people where they're at and that we're giving the right messages to the right groups who care about what we're saying. So figuring out how do people receive their news? How do you distinguish between what are events and then what are, trainings that businesses might be interested in? So we're continuing to identify all of these segments that touch into the downtown, making sure that we keep them informed and that we also keep an ear open for things they want and need from us. We're also going to be seeking to do some focus groups and engagement. You'll be seeing a survey coming out over the next few months in partnership with Main Street America, just to give us a pulse check. What's going well in downtown? What do you want to see more of in downtown? What's something you've seen that's great somewhere else that we can bring to downtown Ferndale? We're always really excited to hear this kind of input because we serve the community. Whether you're a Ferndale resident, a business, or a visitor, we want to make sure that we're responding to needs. Part of those needs continue on into community resource provision. We partner with several agencies, including Renaissance Vineyard and Woodward Outreach, as well as Affirmations and other groups in the area to connect folks with housing resources or other social support services. And then lastly, just an emphasis on going to diversify that funding. We do realize that it is a privilege in Michigan and a privilege in Ferndale to have the funding that we do, and that we benefit from the growth in downtown Ferndale over the last 20 years that continues to fund us, but we want to make sure that we're seeking new and diversified funding streams. So we've got an emphasis on mobility, sustainability, and just making sure that we're delivering what people are looking for, and we have an idea of what we're going towards, that we're being forward-looking and getting ahead of that curve on a lot of fronts. So that's going to be, our funding diversification. How to stay involved with us? Join our board. You can also join as a volunteer or simply attend meetings if you're interested. Our meetings are the second Thursday of each month at 8:30 here in Council Chambers. You can apply to be on the board through the commissions page on the City of Ferndale website. Also following us on social media, we'll be posting updates there on a regular basis. All of our activities like free parking coming up on Small Business Saturday and Santa at Schiffer Park on December 7th. You can find updates on things like that through our social media presence. And then closing out, these are just some great snapshots of our most recent art installations. That is featured, the first one on the side of Syndicate on Vester, the backside of Sneakers on Woodward. The lower, right corner is actually a private installation that Anita's Kitchen undertook. So they realized how much beautification and investment in public art shows, and they took it upon themselves to invest in their own business by seeking out that artist. And then the one in the center is one of my favorites of this year is at Western Market. It's actually a light installation. So there's a mural component and interactive lighting. So we're excited to be partnering with Western to activate that outdoor space that people can enjoy as you're driving by in the holiday season, but also coming up in the springtime. That's going to be really fantastic, I think, for people to gather around. And lastly, that was our award recognition from Main Street, Oakland County for our 2023 mural program that was the You Belong Here theme, and we got $600 for that. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jenny.
And that concludes.
Thank you, Jenny.
No action tonight. Does anyone have any comments for DDA?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all you do and you continue to do. We really appreciate you. And I love the holiday booklet. I have finished up all of my Christmas shopping in the last 2 weeks here locally. And I'm definitely looking forward to the wayfinding and sidewalk improvements. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you to the community.
Councilwoman, since you finished it, would you like to start on mine?
Christmas shopping.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking like, what? All right. Our next presentation is the approval of the resolution honoring the public service of Ferndale City Manager Joseph Gotcho. Assistant City Manager will start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. So a little over a week ago, I reached out to the staff to send some thoughts on a resolution celebrating Joe's last meeting here in the city of Ferndale. We weren't able to get everything that everybody sent into the resolution. The resolution probably would have been, 5 pages long, couldn't fit on a piece of paper. But a couple of themes stuck out. Joe's collaborative style, his focus on teamwork, his integrity, his commitment to service, and his dedication to the residents and the staff. And then just a couple highlights that was sent. One, department heads can have no impact without the support of the chief executive. Joe's championed HR initiatives and embedded the culture into the walls of City Hall. He understands the importance of people development and succession planning. He embraced and prioritized these initiatives and positioned HR as a strategic partner for directors to rely on for succession planning. He understands people, respects our opinions, holds us accountable, keeps us moving forward, and ultimately makes us better at our jobs. I have never worked for a better boss. Joe's collaborative leadership style has fostered a strong sense of teamwork across departments, enabling innovative solutions across departmental projects that have strengthened our community. Joe has been the voice of reason on many matters, providing another perspective that offers clarity and harmony in tough situations. He has somehow blended all of the different voices in the community and made things accessible and inclusive. And then one last thing, an anecdote that was sent to me. I would like to share my appreciation for Joe's ability to make you feel as if you're an important member of the team. During my first trip to Mackinac for the MML conference, Joe, Melanie, and Greg surprised me with a carriage ride because it was my birthday and we were at a convention. I was a new council member and trying to figure out where I fit in while trying to get to know my colleagues. We all joked and laughed while self-steering this horse-drawn carriage. It was a bonding experience that I truly appreciated and has stayed with me to this day. So with that, Joe, thank you. The mayor has a resolution she's going to read. Thank you.
At a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Ferndale, Oakland County, Michigan, held in council chambers on the 25th day of November, 2024, the following resolution was moved and supported unanimously. Will be. Joe Gotcho began his tenure with the City of Ferndale in 2012, initially serving as the organization's first Chief Innovation Officer. He brought a knowledge and passion for technology and that was essential to moving the city forward. He launched new hardware maintenance programs, managed critical investments in cybersecurity, and introduced cloud-based systems that allowed for the establishment of a truly collaborative teamwork culture. Joe went on to become Ferndale's Assistant City Manager in 2015 and City Manager in 2019, leading larger and more critical processes and projects. He oversaw the DPW's successful replacement of lead service line materials in nearly 3,000 properties, leading to a healthier and safer community. The city approved more than 100 affordable residential housing units under his leadership, and most notably, he managed the DOT, the development on Troy, parking structure from concept to shovels in ground to completion. In the space of a former simple surface lot, there now stands a dynamic, multifaceted facility providing essential parking as well as medical services, salon, spa, anesthesian suites, award-winning Belgian chocolates, and community events that attract thousands to gather in its community spaces. Joe's first full year as city manager was challenging to say the least. He led the city through the COVID pandemic, helping with the continuity of services and ensuring the highest level of public safety. Ferndale's police and fire departments rose to the challenge, delivering best-in-class service and care, maintaining the strongest safety protocols, performing wellness checks on vulnerable residents, and even helping to distribute food to those in need. Joe has continued his support of police and fire, overseeing the purchase of a new fire engine, ambulance, and quint pumper, leading the police department through a rigorous reaccreditation process, and most recently, leading the visioning and planning of a prospective new public safety headquarters. More than anything, Joe is known and will be remembered for his humble servant leadership and investment in people. He is a true public servant who believes in the power of community. He has involved citizens in critical decision-making through the Resident-Led Facilities Task Force and Finance Review Committee, opened the doors to City Hall through the public safety tours and the establishment of the Ferndale Learn program and more. Joe's collaborative leadership style has fostered a strong sense of teamwork across the departments. He champions staff to create, explore, and lead, provides thoughtful and nuanced feedback, is deeply committed to every person's professional growth and development, and empowers staff to deliver exceptional service. It must be noted that when asked to provide feedback for the creation of this resolution, employees delivered pages upon pages, worth of anecdotes, memories, and heartfelt notes, enough to fill 5 resolutions. This is Joe's legacy. What I would like to do is, well, first, we need a motion.
I move we approve the resolution honoring the public service of Ferndale City Manager Joseph Gacho.
Support.
Roll call.
Johnson,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. Now I'd like to present this to our city manager, Joseph Gacho.
Hey, there is one more thing. Before we start snapping pictures here. Joe, in my hand is a shovel, but not just any shovel. This shovel was present at the groundbreaking of the development on Troy, the DOT.
Had to shovel a lot of stuff.
If anyone has any comments they'd like to say to Joe, I will leave mine for call to council, but if anyone has something to say now,
I will leave mine for call to council as well.
Yeah, I'll do the same. That's okay.
all right.
The Chair, if I just may offer a sentiment of gratitude, I want to thank everyone for that surprise. It was lovely. Well done. Hiding it from the agenda. I would honestly like just meaningfully thank staff. They really are the reason that I'm here, as well as the residents. And that feedback from staff is really the reason why I switched to public service out of the private sector so long ago. I had remarked to my then girlfriend, now wife, that I wanted my career to be more meaningful. And I wanted to make sure that I got home and derived meaning out of what I do. And serving two communities now, Ypsilanti and Ferndale, both communities with a wonderful sense of community, and both communities that lead by principles and values that I value and cherish. It's been a very special experience. So with all my heart, I really do sincerely thank the community and council for every opportunity and experience you've given me. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
All right. And now this is the portion where we come to the agenda where it's called audience. I asked that if you can see anything off the agenda, please line up at the podium or step up to the podium, state your name and your address, and we have 3 minutes for you to say whatever it is you'd like to say. Open now.
Playing off of the DDA presentation, on December 7th, when Santa comes to Schiffer Park, the Ferndale Arts and Beautification Commission is organizing holiday caroling, and we will be singing as Santa arrives. And I'd like everybody that would like to join us to please come at 1:45 to Schiffer Park. You don't have to sing well. You just have to have a joy in participating in something that's as joyful as sharing your voice and watching kids greet Santa.
Thank you, Lynn.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Michael Davis. I live at 443 College Street. Tonight I stand before you as an applicant for the Parks and Rec Commission. You'll be voting on that later on in the meeting today. I just want to take a moment to introduce myself and just appreciate the consideration. I started and ran Hamtown Farms in Hamtramck for 7 years, and my husband and I recently moved to, 5 years ago, moved to Ferndale, and learning and knowing about green space. It's important. We have plenty of it, and my heart wants to see it become greener. Maybe even add some reds and purples and greens or yellows. So I love growing things. You're all invited to come hang out in my yard. I ran out of room, basically. To be honest with you, I ran out of room, so I want to plant more things and make our green spaces even more vibrant. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Evelyn Elster, West Drayton. Let me start by extending my apology to anyone who takes offense at the shredded dignity I insist on retaining. Respect is a two-way street. I do have and exhibit respect to many of you and believe you know who you are. I do, however, take issue with the authoritarian narcissist and expect you know who you are also. Those are the individuals I address at these meetings. I give respect until it is not reciprocated. Somehow our city has gone from the good neighbor, live and let live Ferndale to one which is dominance-driven and oppressive to good people. If left unchecked, I believe it will destroy us. I do have hope and believe we as a community can take full advantage of this new day to bring true equity, equality, prosperity, and inclusion to Ferndale. Not the mere lip service and illusion of utopia, which we have become accustomed to over the years. For those of us who do not yet understand the history, allow me to try some reverse psychology. Let us grovel, Ferndale. Let us cower and beg for scraps from the authoritarian's table. Let us kiss the ring or random body part presented in hopes of any justice, quality, or peace desired. Let us beg for the rights we once enjoyed as residents here. Let us plead for our abusers to lighten our load and reduce our suffering. Let us allow the discourse with dignity mantra to be used as a weapon against any who would disagree with what transpires here. Having been set free, should we return to Melanieville or welcome this new day and do the hard work to forge a brighter future? What say you, Ferndale? On the other hand, we could get real with each other and all show each other some content of character. We could put aside our obsessive self-interest and become a community which truly cares about each other and benefit for all. I do understand that this is a reach, but you get the gist. We used to be much better. Obviously, Machiavelli's divide and conquer has done some serious damage, and that policy should have been abandoned years ago. We hear so often about the uniqueness of Ferndale. That does not wash when the Michigan Municipal League, the Michigan Economic and Development Corporation, not government entities, developers, Smith Group, McKenna, Cobalt, Tool Design, and countless other outside consultants are given free reins to cookie cut our community. Are we unique and valuable, or sheep led to the slaughter? I have learned the hard way to question motives. I would not wish that on anyone or the associated pain involved. Common sense and discernment is a painful requirement, not a bonus. Please let go of any petty self-interest. Please always consider the consequences of your actions and do not leave the decisions to outsiders.
Thank you, Evelyn.
I hear what you're saying, Evelyn. My name is Omar George, and I am a property investor in downtown Ferndale. I recently resigned as the DDA treasurer due to my differences with a small number of other DDA members. Differences that especially exist when it comes to the fiduciary duty associated with public tax dollars. The DDA is out of compliance currently. I'd like to tell you where I left off as treasurer, so these tasks are still promptly completed. Ferndale requires expenditures of over $25,000 to go out to bid. The DDA's $40,000 per year social media contract, for example, did not go out to bid prior to my existence on the board, and that contract itself appeared to not have been reviewed by legal counsel. The current social media vendor is actually also apparently favored on a more personal level by at least one voting board member who stated at the last meeting that she was against switching vendors, even though bids haven't even been collected yet. Hopefully now that the social media contract is going out to bid, that process is fair to all bidders. Another example, the $208,000 groundskeeping expenses spent internally by the DDA with the DPW has not been explored via a bid process either recently. Circulating this proposal with a rate increase the night before the vote and days before the current contract's expiration was not acceptable at the time it was reviewed. We almost had no downtown groundskeeping as a result. This is approximately 1/3 of the DDA's annual budget. It has been approximately 6 months, and no draft of this RFQ has been circulated yet. I hope to see this bid published in mid-January, before spring, so plenty of bid options can be gathered. Circulating RFQ drafts days before they're published also does not allow for proper due diligence or fair bidding. We saw this with the recent snow removal RFQ, a short deadline at the last minute in November for snow removal for our downtown brought only one bid response. Such delays are not good in overseeing taxpayer money, and this limits bid options. It also should not take half a year to get 9 pages worth of social media and snow removal RFQs prepared. I even offered to promptly help write RFQs and update the bylaws as volunteer treasurer in collaboration with the city attorney. The DDA bylaws also require the treasurer to review and present for approval the expenses monthly. That was not happening. It took me a year of asking just to get financial reports. No substantive approval process exists for the treasurer or board, but reports are now coming for review after much asking. There is also no downtown resident on the board currently as required under the bylaws. I was not comfortable as treasurer with these improper practices, but I do hope as Evelyn does, that this type of behavior is corrected promptly going forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jadonna Dingus. I'm the secretary of the DDA board. Everything that the former treasurer, Omar George, said is 100% accurate. I was appointed to the DDA board almost 4 years ago by former mayor Melanie Piana. My first couple years on the DDA board, I didn't say much at all. Then I began to see things that I took issue with, so I started to speak up. To my shock and surprise, I was immediately vilified and demonized. Fellow board members seemed threatened by me asking questions about processes, policies, practices, and procedures. When I advocated to have the broken light behind 224 West 9 Mile replaced, I was accused of having a personal agenda, as if I owned the light. I didn't understand it until I was told that Batari Harris, who is seated right over there, couldn't chair the board because she isn't corporate enough. That same day, I was told that my emails had a tone, and I was horrified when I was threatened with imprisonment for an alleged Open Meetings Act violation. Omar George, who is Middle Eastern, was told he was threatening, although he has never threatened anyone. These types of biases, stereotypes, microaggressions, racist dog whistles, and discriminatory treatment should not take place anywhere, especially in the cities whose tagline is, "You belong here." So I must ask, do I belong here? It is very concerning to me when board members seeking accountability from a city employee have their actions characterized as bullying, or when board members who seek to operate with integrity and transparency are treated as if they're displaying hubris. Let me be clear. If you appoint me to a board and expect for me to look the other way as contracts are awarded to people based on friendships versus being bid upon as required by law, or you expect for me to be silent when the treasurer of the board asks for financials for a year and it's ignored, or you expect for me not to say a word when the city manager conducts a performance review for an employee who does not report to him, and then said employee's salary is buried in the consent agenda at a DDA meeting so that the board has no oversight or word on it. I'm not going to be silent. Or you demand that I, as the treasurer, I, as the secretary, omit items from the public meeting minutes because you don't want the public to have a mirror in or see any concerning behavior. As Beyonce says, you must not know about me. The problem people aren't always the evil people. Sometimes the problem people are the good people. Good people who see bad things and say nothing. Good people who should push back but instead join in. They don't want to cause waves, so they settle for a version of peace that is more like violence and dysfunction. Good people can be the reason a city can't move forward. If addressing concerns head on and holding people accountable for how they spend public tax dollars makes me one of the bad people, I'm good with it.
Thank you, Jadonna.
I'm going to Darth Vader the hell out of it.
Good evening, everybody. I am Atari Harris. I am the vice chair of the DDA board. I am usually known as the peacemaker. I am the one that gets people together when they see things differently, and I respect everybody's views, whether they agree or not. I think that everybody should be able to speak and agree to disagree. I agree with everything Omar said as far as the board being out of compliance in some ways. When it was brought up, he was silenced. He only resigned because he was told he would be removed for asking people to be in compliance. I felt like Ferndale was the place for me to be. I've had a business in Ferndale for almost 10 years. I have run into people that have had their opinions. I've been approached in ways that nobody should be approached, but it was from residents or business owners or landlords, and they did it openly. It was not secret and it was not hidden. The problem, I think, is that we don't take time to get to know each other and each other's personalities, and to move or silence or even make a decision on someone without knowing them personally is so out of line and out of character. If there was a reason for anyone that was appointed by the mayor of this city to be told that they would be removed because of a email or emails that people felt were not appropriate or nice enough or said gentle, then you should have allowed that person to have a voice. You do not just have a closed door meeting and make a decision. There are ways that things should be handled. I felt like I was joining the board. There was a big deal about me being chair, whether I was corporate or it was never, I've been at Forbes 7 times in 1 year. I'm operations manager of major businesses. So whether I've ran my own business for over 20 years. So whether I'm corporate enough or not is not even the issue. The issue is that there are ways that things should be held and done. And there needs to be proper order in everything that we do. And make sure that it's across the board. Make sure that if it's being done over here this way, that it's also being done over here this way. I was hoping that my seat as vice chair would make a difference, because I do like to bring people together and everybody try to see, different viewpoints. And so I am sitting back to see where this goes. I don't know how comfortable I feel even stating my opinions anymore if the outcome might be because I've said something that was not in order, I'm being removed. So I hope that we all can kind of figure some things out to get this right, because as of right now, I feel that it is so wrong on so many levels.
Thank you, Matari.
I am Vincent Buttermer from Leroy Street. Kind of wish I followed the Santa Claus lady, but not to diminish anything you're saying. So I'm here today to talk about the zoning requirements that are coming later. I wish I was more involved with the planning process. I kind of came more aware of the city council after the Headley override discussions, and I've been watching a lot of city council meetings on YouTube, fast forwarding at times. Before I get labeled as, not in my backyard type of person, I like to say there's a lot of good things in the zoning agreement. Whether it's the ADA accessibility improvements, not having double fencing to stop a rat corridor. There's a lot of good things within there. And I'm for the expansion of diversity of housing, whether it's duplexes, ADAs, and even ADUs, and even the expansion of triplexes and fourplexes when it's done in a strategic manner. The issue that I take with it is, and this proposal, is the expansion of fourplexes to every single family district. If you look at Minneapolis, which is the poster child when brought up in a lot of articles about this, even Minneapolis limited their expansion to triplexes. Fourplexes is a developer product. We have a very tight single-family market. And I understand there'll be discussions about affordability, and this will bring affordability, but affordability in the context of in this context will be about using the land in a more efficient manner, putting more occupants on one single piece of land instead of home prices falling, instead of rents going down. There's a lot of these fourplexes, the rent will be at market rate. And when I moved to Ferndale, I moved because it was an opportunity to own something for myself. It was an opportunity. I liked that there was working class families. And as I lived over on the street for 5 years, I've seen real estate prices go higher and higher and higher. And that's great for me personally, but I also have concern about who's able to join Ferndale. And so if we add developers to the real estate market of single-family homes, you know, that dream of someone owning something, not renting, becomes harder. And again, I get density is part of the goal of this, but I've never heard anyone say like, I wish I could win the lotto so I can finally rent an apartment. So I hope that, you know, I hope the approval doesn't go through today, and I hope we can relook at a more moderate approach to implementing fourplexes throughout Ferndale.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, if I might add some clarification for the audience. So we are not voting on it tonight. Well, it will be a number of, this tonight is just the first reading of the ordinance. So we won't even take any we won't amend it or do anything like that tonight.
So the Christmas tree lady isn't as happy as when she invited you to Christmas Carol. I'm Lynn. I'm from 510 Pinecrest. I need to start by saying that beginning with a year of volunteer service to the steering committee, then a year of service on facilities task force, I've presented myself in a very self-deprecating way, saying that I only have a degree in music and theater because I felt a little out of depth working with urban planners, architects, etc. But I want to remind you that on the facilities task force, my idea with Fire Station 1 and how to expand is the one that we went with. But in addition, I want to explain my background because obviously when I came before the joint meeting of Planning Commission and Council, I was not taken seriously. You said at the end of the meeting, compelled by my statements, that it was important to review the policies on trees in this ordinance. There were no changes made. So a little bit about my background. My father had multiple degrees. He was a speech professor and taught at colleges and universities all over the U.S. One of those positions was at Hiram College in Ohio. Hiram is ranked with Ivy League schools due to the quality of their professors. My dad was a brilliant man and taught me how to do research and prevent my views. My parents met on a debate trip, so my entire life I was held to a standard of organized thinking to win arguments. My mother was a librarian and a research assistant, which I helped with, so I know how to research using encyclopedias and the library as opposed to the internet. So I am smart. And it's sad that after volunteering for the steering committee, facilities task force, and now as part of Arts and Beautification Commission, that there's a need to explain my background to be taken seriously. I got involved with the city when the city considered changing the zoning of the land across from my house. A developer had purchased and wanted to annihilate our tree canopy, and I and others assembled a neighborhood alliance and fought that developer. He turned around and sold the land to Mike from Detroit Axle, and that happened because of our interactions with Mike. So I'm well aware of how to move people to make change, but obviously it's not working with all of you. While working on the steering committee, we reviewed the zoning in the neighborhoods, and we expressed not wanting zoning for anything larger than duplexes because anything larger would kill the character in our neighborhoods. A few expressed that we should allow things like apartments above garages or carriage houses, so that was included. So in addition to the need for protection of our tree canopy that still is not in this document, I want to talk to you about discarding the steering committee's work and including fourplexes in our neighborhoods. I have a neighbor that spoke to a developer who purchased a house in our neighborhood. He stated that he was waiting for the zoning laws to change so he could take down the old growth trees and build the biggest fourplex possible. He said he didn't care about the trees, but he would plant the new trees to comply with the zoning laws, which those new trees do not take into consideration the tree canopy that we need to live a healthy life here in Ferndale. Why is the view of taking care of our environment not as important as adding housing in our community, when there is plenty of opportunities for additional housing to be added in the areas currently zoned for mixed use? You your build approach mirrors the president-elect's drill policy, which will hurt the global community's health and have adverse effects on our world for generations to come. If you're okay with that, I'm obviously living in the wrong city.
Thank you, Lynn.
Shannon Burt, 598 West Saratoga. I actually do have an urban planning degree, and I work for a federal entity that I won't talk about. And I have an energy security background. I actually moved to Ferndale from Royal Oak. And so while I appreciate a lot of the work that has been done here, I will say that with formal planning and with the work that I currently do, I do have some concerns about some of the things that have been presented here. I will say that it makes me very sad to go back to Royal Oak to see my neighborhoods and to see what's happened. A lot of the character, old growth trees that you see that made Royal Oak such a quaint and wonderful community to live in. I don't recognize my neighborhood anymore. I see development after development after development, and I am all for dense housing. I believe that there is a time and a place and a space for that. But I also understand that there are unintended consequences of some of the choices that we make, all in, good planning and what we think is good faith at the time. I did serve on multiple boards within the city of Royal Oak. I worked on multiple bond committee meetings, or multiple bond commissions for both the school board and also for the city at large. I will say that we have a public image or a public perception problem within the city here. I think it's pretty obvious. You guys can throw a rousing meeting. And so I think that there's, while it's obvious there's been a lot of work put in this, it's obvious that we also have some work that's left to be done. So that I would offer, I understand that we're not going to vote on this tonight, but there's a lot of folks within the community who don't have access to social media. My 90-year-old neighbor does not sit on Facebook, and so maybe there's some better ways for us to get out and reach some additional people. I sat on the Royal Oak School Board Bond Committee 3 times. I watched the first one go down, I watched the second one go down, and I worked on that bond committee to make sure that it went through. I understand bond rates. I was appointed to the Royal Oak School Board Consolidation Committee. I understand what it's like to make ugly decisions and how they impact your neighbors and how unpopular you can be. And then I sat on the School Board Bond Committee and made sure that that bond money was spent appropriately. So I understand, again, this isn't said with malice, but I understand how hard it is to do this work, what it's like to be unpopular, but I also understand public perception. I want to thank you for your time and the hard work that you put in. This is oftentimes a thankless job, but I would offer that, we do have an opportunity to do better here, and that I would hope that we can do that moving forward. Thank you.
Before you leave, will you state your name again, please?
My name is Shannon Bergt, B-E-R-G-T, 598 West Saratoga. I'll come find y'all later.
My name is Joe Poper. I live at 3053 Minerva. I'm sure some of you have heard of me before. I have had the mispleasure of seeing the big development of the Iron Ridge Apartments that is now blocking out the sun for all the neighbors that live down that street. I was told when I first moved there in 2012 that they weren't going to allow that development to go through unless they bought the other side of the block, so it wasn't in their people's backyard. That has happened. Having said that, allowing corporations to buy property and do these type of things is still going on with the 2 properties across the street and with 3100 Bermuda, which is they've started working on the parking lot. They've destroyed the sidewalk. The sidewalk is unwalkable for the last 18 months. I brought it up to the city. I brought it up to DPW. No one seems to care. The houses across the street from me that they purchased in 2017, 3050 Minerva was bought in 2017 of December. 3040 Minerva was bought on January 12th of 2018. Those houses sat vacant and dilapidated with 6-foot grass in the backyard for 5 years before they even applied for the demo permit. And I'm sure when they did the abatement, it wasn't done by professionals. There's no abatement permit pulled on the BSNA. Either was any of the properties that were demolished along on Bermuda. So this is what happens when corporations buy properties and have leverage with the city. These type of things happen, which I'm sure none of us want. And even and I know there's been some discussion about allowing the fourplexes on property, condensing them, allowing people to have more dogs. All the people that live in the apartments now walk their dogs through my neighborhood, unleashed. Their dogs do business on the lawns. They don't pick it up. If they do pick it up, they walk down to the corner with a green bag and they throw it by the telephone pole. It's been going on for a year now. So there's just no checks and balances with any of these people and these corporations. I brought it up to the people from the Iron Ridge Row. They don't seem to care either. And on top of it, as Chief Emmy knows about the problems with the dance studio, it's been going on for 4.5 years. The city ordinance is written vaguely, as Daniel Christ has made it to my attorney, that it's too vague to be enforced. Even though I can hear that dance studio 400 feet away from my house, inside of my house, while I'm in the shower. But when the neighbor across the street plays his music, the police come out, they tell him to turn it down. When I call the police, I have 150 FOIA reports from the dance studio of the complaints that I've made. And unfortunately, his hands are tied. He has done everything possible. Him and I have had grown-up conversations. I even had a conversation with you on a Saturday. But I don't know why she's getting differential treatment. The only thing I can put together is she is part of the Iron Ridge District, owned by the people, owned by the corporations. So I don't know how to solve this problem. That's my 2 cents for now.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks.
Hi, good evening, Stephen Kuzmanovich, 2037 Livernois. I'm going to make this really short. No deviation from R1 residential at all with this new plan. I don't want it. I'm going to be not in my backyard guy. I don't want it. It's bad news for everybody, okay? Keep the duplexes and the triplexes and whatever you want to build, keep them in their own district that's appropriate for that, but not in my neighborhood.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Gilbert Hardy. I live at 853 St. Louis, and I'm across the street from a development attempt, 918 St. Louis. And yeah, I've spoken to Laura about it a couple times. So, you know, what I would like to see happen, there's an old house that's been sitting there for years, and it's a mess, and it is not a salvageable structure at all. So it's got to go. But what I'd like to see happen there, certainly I would like to see an opportunity for home ownership. So I definitely don't want to see a corporate-owned structure built there that's turned into a rental. And I think that a duplex about as large a structure as you could get in there and give a family or at least a couple space to live, space for parking, and have quality of life. So I'd like to see those issues balanced out, you know, so that someone could make a long-term investment in the neighborhood and get an opportunity for themselves to grow as opposed to triplex, quadplex, which would just stuff too many people per square foot, and those people wouldn't have much of a life if, and that small property in, for example. So, you know, being that we're in an older community, lots aren't that big, I just don't see how people are going to get the elbow room and the quality of life with single family or duplexes. So, you know, I understand the world has to change, and we can't all have just single family homes in every lot, but at least, you know, provide for quality of life, provide for home ownership, no corporate owned investment properties. Just, I don't see long-term value there, so, anyway, thanks. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Hondorp, 284 Pearson. I just want to come out. I actually didn't have enough time. I just saw that this zone Ferndale was happening. I think I saw posters of it, but I just have been busy, so I haven't been able to read it all through. I do support expanding the available uses as far as the number of houses per lot. I think that it's really important to allow developers to decide what's appropriate to build, and that includes, possible new owners. I also, I didn't see this in here. I'm not sure if it is or is not in there, but I would like to remove the parking minimums. I think that's a really important thing. I'm a urban planner by trade, work at the city of Detroit, and I think that forcing developers to construct parking is just rather unnecessary when they could decide for themselves what they're going to build.
Teresa Duran, 641 West Saratoga. I have lived on the same block for 30 years. They have turned one house into a duplex. I love the city of Ferndale. I own a business in downtown Ann Arbor. I love my neighborhood. I love this. I can't afford to live in Ann Arbor. I would never even dream of living in Ann Arbor because I love Ferndale. I drive 45 minutes or to an hour every day to work. It will destroy our neighborhoods. Building these, there's already some on their fourplexes that they are just now building on West Marshall. It's just, I want to stay in my house for the rest of my life, but if they start to build duplexes and fourplexes, I'm going to have to look for a new place to live. I will not have, the houses are too small. We're too close together. And if you're going to put fourplexes in our neighborhoods, there's just no way. I mean, I think that it's wrong, and that's my 2 cents, so. And I don't have a degree like Shannon does in urban planning or whatever, but I love our neighborhoods. And, this is going to destroy it. Thank you.
Any more for call to the audience? With that being said, I close call to audience at 8:35. We are now moving on to our public hearing. And the public hearing is the approval of the Community Development Block Grant Project Year 2025 application to fund eligible projects.
One moment while I get things pulled up.
Okay.
Right. I need to make that bigger. I know the screens aren't working. Good. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christine. I'm a city planner here and a proud resident of a duplex in Ferndale. The Community Development Block Grant Program is a federal program that funds projects that help improve the community. CDBG funds are dispersed to Oakland County from the Federal Bureau of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD, which are then distributed to communities. So CDBG funds are used by communities for projects such as public infrastructure, blight removal, code enforcement, financial assistance, and housing repairs for income-eligible households. I do have the income limits for 2024 and 2025. This was adopted or effective in May of 2024, so you can see all of the different requirements here. I can make that a little bigger as well. So this is based off of HUD guidelines for the entire county. So the City of Ferndale receives an annual funding allocation that varies each year. In 2024, we were allocated roughly $86,400. In 2025, we will be allocated roughly $85,400. This number is given to us by Oakland County. It's based off of population and income levels. The CED Department, Community and Economic Development, is recommending that we allocate all of the funds for the program year 2025 to code enforcement. So the code enforcement program currently helps staff enforce and maintain property maintenance codes in income-eligible areas. The city currently employs 2 code enforcement officers, and this funding will help us fund their positions. We're only applying for one program this year due to a number of factors. One of them is the recent ARPA grant that we received from Oakland Livingston Human Services Agency for $380,000. That will help fund some yard programs and other minor senior chores. Also due to staff capacity, it takes a lot of hours to run a CDBG program, and we're a small city, and we don't receive nearly as much funding as other cities do, so we don't have as many staff members to run the program. So I will pull up the other map here. This is the area-wide benefits map. So this map, everything in the tannish, yellowish color, that is where the code enforcement services can be allocated for. Those are our income-eligible areas as defined by HUD. That's about all I have. I'll be here to answer any questions.
Because this is a public hearing, I will open it up to audience if anyone has any comments regarding the CDBG project application. Open it up to council for discussion. Are there any discussions, any questions regarding it?
I have no questions.
Oh, getting the grant for the, the huge grant for the yard stuff kind of alleviated these funds and let us allocate them to something that'll help take the pressure off for the year. So I appreciate that thinking.
And we need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the funding recommendations as set forth in the item background submitted by the CED Department for the attached 2025 project year CDBG grant application in the amount of $85,451 from account 280,000,886,000 as submitted by the city planner.
Support. Kelly?
Yes.
Polika? Yes. Johnson?
Yes.
Mikulski?
Yes.
Leeksman?
Yes. Right, now moving on to the consent agenda. Item 7A, approval of the November 13th and 18th, 2024 meeting minutes. 7B, approval to issue a purchase order to TAPCO for delineators in the amount of $10,000. 7C, approval to suspend parking enforcement of the downtown parking system for small business Saturday on November 30th, 2024. 7D, approval of the listed appointments and reappointments to the city boards and commissions. 7E, approval of the annual payment for ESO software platform in the amount of $8,741.84. 7F, approval of the annual preventative maintenance inspections at the Hilton Road Pump Station by Kennedy Industries for up to $2,700. 7G, approval to purchase LifePak cardiac monitors for the Ferndale Fire Department. 7H, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by the Finance Director and subject to review by the Council Finance Committee.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
Johnson,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Polika, Leaks May.
Yes. Right, we are moving on to our regular agenda. This item 8A is the first reading of the draft zoning ordinance presented by Kyle Bryce.
So it's not just me. We do have Laura Haw from McKenna, and we do have Roger Caruso who will be joining us up here as well. So it's definitely a team effort. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council.
Welcome.
We have a brief presentation to go through, and then we can follow that up with discussion. To reiterate, there is no vote for approval for this tonight. So this has been an ongoing process for quite some time now. We're getting to the tail end of it. This is an opportunity to engage with council, to get some feedback. I think understandably there are a few critical items to discuss and review. Our goal here is to have this discussion and to bring it back at a future meeting with a finalized and new draft. So I'm going to go through these slides. I'm going to turn it over to Laura, and then I will pop back up. This is a little bit familiar, so I apologize if you've seen this before. If you attended the joint meeting back in early October, you probably saw some of these slides. They provide some information on the importance of zoning, so what we're doing, the state of housing in Ferndale, and what we've heard in terms of some key changes and next steps and open discussion. There are a number of changes that we have discussed at the Planning Commission meeting last week where we held a public hearing. So to be clear, there are some changes I'll recap at the end, and those are not yet in this draft. We wanted to keep it until we got council's comments from this meeting as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura to lead you through some slides on zoning and housing. Thank you.
Welcome, Laura.
Thank you, Kyle. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Laura Haw, again from McKenna. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you. Thank you for having this on the agenda tonight. So just a little background about zoning. Historically in the U.S., it has been used to segregate uses from one another, such as residential from industrial, in order to ensure public safety. But over time, that has led to a lot of exclusionary zoning practices in communities across America. And the last 15, 20 years, there's really been this resurgence for communities to look at their ordinances, which are often very outdated, sometimes haven't been touched really since the 70s, to start correcting some of those past practices and modernize their codes. So many communities, not just in Michigan, but across the U.S., are taking proactive steps to modernize their codes to try to make regulations more inclusive, more welcoming, more sustainable, and more equitable. So on the screen there are just a couple examples. At the Planning Commission meeting last week, I brought a really helpful resource. It's available online through the Michigan Association of Planning. They just recently published it this fall. It's regarding housing reform and success stories from 100 different communities across Michigan that have taken that proactive step to modernize its code. There are a couple communities I just wanted to call out quickly in relation to housing, because although Ferndale is taking this proactive step, you're not alone in this endeavor. There have been a lot of communities that have been doing this for quite some time. Mount Pleasant eliminated their single-family zoning in 2018. Grand Rapids removed their single-family zone back in 2008. And in Grand Rapids, there are different corridors that allow up to 6 dwelling units by right since the 2008. East Point, one of your communities nearby, allows triplexes and quadplexes in their R1 district. They've also eliminated single family, and that's been on the books for at least a year and a half. They are by special land use there, though. So Ferndale is taking a step in the right direction with this modernized approach to its code and zoning reform. When we talk about the process and what was used as a foundation to update your zoning ordinance, one of the key foundations where we started was your adopted 2020 Planned Ferndale Comprehensive Land Use Plan. And this is not just the future land use map that guides the foundation for the zoning code, but it's all of the other many references throughout that document that talk about goals and objectives, that talk about public engagement, that talk about actions, that talk about recommendations. There are many references that were pulled from this plan that was just adopted to influence the zoning ordinance. And I'll read just a quote from the public engagement here that participants ranked affordable housing as the highest development priority for the city. And there's lots of different language bits throughout the master plan that speak to this and how to actually translate that into your code. Another guiding document was the adopted 2020 Community Affordability and Inclusive Housing Action Plan, which also had a lot of public engagement. One of the strategies and measures of success were actually the number of amendments to single-family zones to expand the types of housing permitted. So that was a benchmark of how successful implementation of that plan would be, is how you make amendments to your zoning code. So when you look at the public engagement process for this project, there's been a lot of outreach, almost coming on 2 years now. The city first established 4 themes by which to approach this project, the lenses, if you will. That was housing diversity, downtown design, equity, and sustainability. And so there were different in-person events throughout the city in the summer of 2023 that were centered on these topics. There was also a dedicated project website and online surveys that augmented that. The city's communications department was involved in all of the marketing of the project and the process. The city also developed an established steering committee. And when you take a look at all of the events and outreach opportunities so far over the past 19 plus months, the city has really been comprehensive in this endeavor. This is much more engagement than a community would typically provide for a zoning code amendment or a zoning code rewrite. Usually that takes place with the master plan process, which the city also did. So you really come at it to involve the public in both processes. The draft that is included in your packets and available online and at City Hall, of course, is the 6th draft that the steering committee and the planning commission and this council has reviewed. So there have been iterations. All of the feedback that has been taken into account over the past 19 plus months is reflected in the draft code before you. The most recent meeting was last week. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on November 20th. There were some public comments, which is noted in the cover memo in your agenda item or your packet this evening. But the Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval of the zoning ordinance to this body, which is important to note. The Planning Commission really spent a long time with the ordinance, even the summer and fall. The Planning Commission established some subcommittees where they really took a deep dive and were champions of certain sections and articles of the proposed draft code, and spent a lot of time even going out to different sites, touring areas of the city to make sure that what was on paper aligned with the vision that they want to see. I'd like to just touch on housing briefly to highlight a couple aspects. So in Ferndale today, you can see that the majority of the housing, almost 80%, is single unit, single family housing stock. The orange is Ferndale, Oakland County is yellow, and green is Southeast Michigan. So the second grouping is the multi-units, where just over 20% in Ferndale is multi-unit, whereas almost 30% in Oakland County overall. So you can see there's a disproportionate amount of single units available in the community. If the city is, as the master plan states, intended to expand housing diversity and choice, that this is one area to really focus on. Ferndale also has a rather older housing stock. It's actually the 11th oldest housing stock in Michigan City. And this is important because the first record of zoning in the city, the first ordinance, is from '68. But a lot of the housing was constructed, as you can see in the pie chart there, the darker orange. The majority of the housing stock was constructed prior to the adoption of a formal zoning code, which is why in your neighborhoods in the middle of blocks today, you have dwellings such as the triplex, the bottom left, or a quadplex, the middle picture. We also know some demographics about housing that make it even more important to accommodate a wider range and diversification. The household size has decreased. Fewer people per dwelling means more dwelling units to accommodate the same number of residents. And we also know that there is a financial component to this. 1 in every 4 Ferndale households are considered housing cost burden. So this ordinance aims to make housing more accessible for all income levels. The zoning code also has standards to protect the scale, character, and cohesion, to make sure that if a new duplex is built on a block, that it does match the same form and character and massing with setbacks, green space requirements, design standards, height restrictions, etc. So looking at those 4 themes that I mentioned earlier, and what we've heard from the community and then what's reflected in the zoning ordinance, what we've heard is that the community values housing diversity and a mix of home sizes, to encourage property ownership, to build equity and increase affordable housing, to protect Ferndale's unique character, and to minimize impervious surfaces. So how that translates is an expansion of the permitted housing types. Certain developments, such as planned unit developments, the PUDs, the eligibility criteria must include 20% affordable housing units. There are residential design guidelines that previously weren't in your code. There's maximum parking caps, minimum open space, green space percentages, and green infrastructure requirements. Through the lens of sustainability, we've heard to increase the tree canopy in green spaces, expand EV infrastructure, green infrastructure, reduce and remove parking minimums, and increase mixed-use developments to allow for greater walkability and residential density. So in response to that, the zoning ordinance landscape section was completely revamped, including adding native species and plant diversity requirements, increased standards for landscaping overall, EV requirements, standards for permeable pavers, solar and wind energy, added flexibility to address parking, so there is a separate guidebook that governs parking. And then this zoning code created the Mixed Use District 1 and Mixed Use District 2, which also increases housing options across the city. Regarding downtown design, what we heard is to improve, enhance those transitions between commercial areas and neighborhoods, those edges, to support local businesses, to make it more transparent and easier for reoccupancy and reinvestment, to better integrate parking structures into the streetscape, and to better encourage amenities like outdoor dining that add to that placemaking. So the zoning ordinance has increased screening requirements for commercial transitions into neighborhoods. It has added flexibility for smaller businesses. There's the parking guidebooks, changes to the sign code, and streamlined development review processes to move things quicker and be more transparent. Parking structures must be lined with storefronts. There's also other design standards related to that. And the code reduces red tape for placemaking amenities such as those outdoor cafes. And then through the lens of equity and accessibility, what we've heard was to improve access for pedestrians and persons with a disability, to expand biking infrastructure and other pedestrian amenities, and to make housing more inclusive, reducing those barriers to entry and home ownership. And so what that translates to is stronger requirements for accessible access, units and duplexes, townhouses, outdoor dining, et cetera, stronger barrier-free parking requirements, bicycle parking standards, and expansion of housing diversity. And then since the October meeting, the joint meeting with the Planning Commission and Council, there have been a couple other changes to the code that are included within this draft 6 that Kyle is going to cover.
Thank you, Laura. So if you recall, we all met at the joint meeting with the Planning Commission. You were all up at the dais with the Planning Commissioners. And since that meeting, we've made a few changes. In terms of the zoning map, right now we have a number of P parking zone properties that the Plan Ferndale, our master plan, seeks to eliminate. There are a lot of people out there who own a house in a P-zone parcel and have no idea that it's zoned for parking only. So there's a lot of odd nonconformities in an effort to reduce these options for a future potential parking lot on the edge of a neighborhood. We thought about rezoning those away from their current status. The last time you saw this map, all of those properties were proposed as MXD1. So these are mostly found along Woodward, abutting the alleys. They're usually like the first or 1 to 3 parcels off of the alley. We got some feedback by people concerned about some light retail or some not like light commercial encroaching into the side of the neighborhood. So we decided to move away from that. So all those P-zone parcels are now proposed to go to whatever their adjacent zoning district is, usually R1 or R2. There are a number of other minor changes that we were able to catch. Some people who were put in mixed use when they shouldn't have been. There was a property that was proposed as residential when it was on a former industrial site and cannot legally support residential. So we were able to clean this up a little bit. In terms of pure ordinance updates, we did a run through doing some formatting and cleanup. We added some additional definitions, including but not limited to green space, facade, and lofts. We clarified ADUs count as a unit on a property. We also clarified that 3+ units, so 3 or more on a property, require stormwater management. So I know there's been some considerations about duplexes and unit counts beyond that. One of those concerns is obviously neighborhood character, but we've heard stormwater management as really the second behind that. So that is clarified. I think we're going to work out how we clarify that or how that can be revamped. I will speak on that a little bit later, but that is how it is proposed at the moment. So 3+ units require stormwater management, which is quite an endeavor, I think, for a builder. permanent equipment, so think of generators, permanent generators, air conditioners, things like that, are required to go in the rear yard, with exceptions. If you have one in the side yard right now, it can stay, and you can replace it. But anything new does have to go in the rear yard. There are exceptions, so we did want to keep some flexibility. The front yard setback for R1 and R2 is to use the average, so it blends in better with the neighborhood. We have a placeholder for a future tree ordinance, which we know is very important. I don't believe we have the means to put that in the ordinance at the moment, so we have dedicated a significant space for it. We discussed food truck and trailer residential storage, so we've clarified that if you have a home business like a food truck or an important trailer that you use that can stay parked at your residential property, but it can't encroach into the right-of-way. We've removed the parking guidebook as a separate document. So the zoning ordinance refers to it, and you do have to follow it, but it is pulled out. And so it contains all of the parking recommendations, which includes EV parking and bicycle parking. It's a little more detailed than what we have right now, in that it specifies EV capable and EV ready and EV installed. So those all have different percentages and breakdowns. That's in your packet. We had a fun discussion about adult businesses and how they fit in our community. So we did revise that to make them all special land use across the board. They also have specific use standards for which they have to be separated from other similar adult businesses. And then we clarified some building type materials to make sure that it's clear that they are encouraged after the fact as compared to our typical building chart, which is at the beginning of Article 4. So now to some stuff that is not in the version that you have. It's not in the version online. We're waiting to collect some edits before we do a big sweep. So this is new stuff for you. We've clarified for fences that no fence can be installed side by another existing fence unless this requirement is waived by the CED director for good cause. So this is addressing the double fencing issue. I know there's been a lot of concerns about what that does for rodents. We had our public hearing last week at the Planning Commission, so they recommended approval, as Laura noted, but there are some additional edits and things they wanted us to review. They allowed us in their conditional approval to make non-substantive changes. So we want to clarify the clear vision triangle and its graphics to make sure it's making sense in our community and that it's plain and easy to read. I'd like to reiterate, we have this now, but it's not written as well, and it's just in plain text. So I think the graphic is very helpful, especially when we address it. We want to modify the term recommendation related to the parking guidebook to make it a little more clear that it is a process that you have to follow. And we want to ensure that there's no way to not provide mandatory ADA parking. We did talk about double fencing at the meeting and just trying to figure out the ways that it could be a headache for both neighbors and staff to figure out. So we want to make sure that the language is exactly how we want it. There's been a review of mobile vending. Right now, we don't have much in the way of mobile vendors, so think of food trucks primarily. So we had some concerns voiced by our very own Michael Larry at the Planning Commission meeting. So we are reviewing that section just to make sure that it fits. Keep in mind, food trucks are scattered all throughout the city. It'd be one thing if they were just hanging out downtown, but we have seen them in other locations. Sometimes they're near residences, sometimes they're not. So we're trying to make rules that make sense citywide. As I said earlier, we're looking at stormwater detention requirements. We really want to spell it out, make it clear where it's required and how it's required. Part of that is including an intent statement directly related to it to emphasize its importance. We've heard feedback to review our industrial permitted and special land uses. There has been some discussion about keeping non-industrial uses, reviewing their place in the industrial districts and making sure that they make sense and make sure it makes sense for people to visit these places, perhaps after hours or in their leisure time. There's a brief conversation about considering marijuana sales outside of industrial. So right now, marijuana provisioning centers and retailers are only in industrial, and that's the way it has been since before I got here at the city. I believe ultimately they wanted to leave this to council to consider. We have some additional considerations for the residential schedule of regulations to make sure it's meeting our neighborhood character points. I think there were some concerns about conglomerating lots and making a exceptionally large house. So we're kind of looking at what we can do about that. I mean, frankly, we don't have lot maximums now, but that's something we were discussing. Looking at a few different intent statements to make sure we're hitting marks on accessibility and sustainability, both in terms of the built environment, but also the built materials that we have on our buildings. And that's true for our zoning district intent statements as well. And then last, certainly not least, industrial district pole height when it's near residential, which is an oddly specific use. I just want to say a quick thank you to everyone at council, of course, Mayor Leaks-May, and council members Mikulski, Johnson, Kelly, and Pollica, and then our planning commissioners, Chair Michelle Foster, Vice Chair Matt Showalter, and of course, Councilmember Pollica, and Commissioners Azar, Brazen, Miskelly, Newman, and Subakatani. Our steering committee was composed of Councilmember Greg Pollica, once again, Chief of Police Dennis Emmy, our PC Chair Michelle Foster, our BZA Chair Ian Williamson, our FIAC Chair Alan Hale, resident turned DDA Director Jenny Beaker, resident turned PC member Tom Newman, Logan Appleby, our Zero Waste Coordinator, and Carla Pareja, one of our residents on the team. I think it's really cool that everyone on this page is a Ferndale resident. There are a number of other people who are on these boards, commissions, councils that have moved on to other things, so we appreciate their input. I also want to shout out, the DDA and working with us on our meetings and tours that we did throughout Ferndale. And a thank you to the business community who was helpful with this, and of course all residents citywide. The feedback really matters to us, and we've gotten that in online polls, we've gotten that at in-person events, I've gotten that in phone calls, and it's all been helpful, no matter what they say. And there have been times it's absolutely made me go in and at our next edit make some modifications. That's what we have for our presentation. So we had our public hearing last Wednesday at the Planning Commission. We have our first reading tonight. So again, no consideration of adoption. And then at a future meeting, which we have pegged for December 16th, but that's really up to council, we have our second reading and consideration of adoption. Last, I just want to say, the zoning ordinance is a living document, so these rules and regulations, although they're important, we put a lot of consideration into them. Zoning amendments are a part of municipal life. So, I think a lot of cities, when they do a radical zoning change, they come back in 6 months, 12 months, and see how things are going and see if anything needs tweaking. So that's something we just wanted to kind of make clear to everybody who's listening. I think that's all I have. I don't know if Roger wanted to say anything or if you just wanted to launch right into discussion.
So I know that probably all of us have received emails regarding the draft, first draft tonight. So I'd like to, if I could, open it up for you all to read some of those if you'd like. In no particular order. I have my own set, so you all can read what, if anyone plans to. I think it's important to recognize the voices not here.
I'll read a few. I'll just kind of start from the top and work my way down. So this is from Mindy Baldat. I can't see the bottom name, but yeah. Rezoning items on tonight's city council meeting. Please consider Sanborn have strong concerns. How will this impact our infrastructure? Our water pressure is already quite low, even with the pump station on Livernois. How will converting single family home lot to quadruplexes impact our water pressure with the increased demand? Sewage running into basements is at time an issue. How will the increased impact on the sewage lines affect the rest of Ferndale, especially the homes nearby? How will the impact the quality of life for the single-family homes and the neighboring larger buildings? Lots of privacy with windows of apartments overlooking backyards. Has this been discussed? What about increased noise? Garbage. Renters are not always known to care about keeping trash contained. We already have a rat problem. How will this impact property taxes? Are you giving developers a tax break for these properties? How will this impact parking? There is already a shortage of homes to purchase. Why do you want to allow the ones here that exist to be knocked down and replaced with apartments? It's a terrible idea. Please let the residents have a say for what you're doing to our homes and neighborhoods. This is Timothy Risk. This ordinance, oh, here we go. Is this the letter here? That's it? Okay. Okay. This ordinance is lightweight. Allowing a fourplex is one thing. Reducing the setbacks and limiting green space to only 25% of lot coverage is the primary problem. Even on the smallest average, 40 by 120, this would allow a 24 square foot buildable area with the building only 5 feet from each side line, no driveway or on-site parking. That's a 2-story building with 4 individual units that are 1,200 square feet each bigger than my entire house. This could be better if the zoning limited tri and quadplexes to a lot larger than 7,000 square feet, essentially corner and double lots, and keep the setbacks the same across the board. Corner lots needing 2 front setbacks like it is now, that would still allow for some diversity in the housing in R1 without cramming these huge buildings into the middle of the blocks. Also reducing the front setbacks to 15 feet, or the average only works, it says, whichever is larger. Ferndale needs to look to Ann Arbor for nuanced language that sets some reasonable limits while also increasing housing stock. This ordinance, as written, is missing some important components like an urban tree ordinance to protect the canopy and requirements for stormwater mitigation. It's better to have more restrictive zoning with an appeals process for unique situations. Okay.
All right, we've got anyone else would like to read one or two?
I'll read one from Matthew Rosana. Dear council member me, but to the council. My name is Matthew Rosanna. I've been a resident and homeowner in Ferndale since 2007. I'm writing to express my strong support for the proposed rezoning plan. This plan will give the city flexibility to address future housing needs and aligns with our community's priorities. I know this is a tough decision and there are vocal critics, but we should do our part to address the housing crisis in a community that prioritizes inclusion. I believe it's a step forward for our city. From the 2022 Community Affordability and Inclusive Housing Action Plan, he quotes, quote, inclusiveness is a key part of Ferndale's identity as a community. Inclusive housing in the city means housing options throughout the city for people from all backgrounds and all income levels. This represents people of all ages, races, ethnicities, abilities, sexual orientations, and gender expressions. Inclusive housing options represent a wide range of housing types, sizes, and prices that ensure equitable availability of housing for people who want to live in the Ferndale community.
I have just 4 more I could read if you want. Do you have them ready?
If anyone has, anyone else would like to read?
You? Okay.
Greg?
I don't have any that requested they be read.
Okay, all right.
Please, this is from Annie Galligan, 333 Pearson. Please consider voting no on the rezoning item on tonight's city council meeting. Triplex and fourplexes on a 4,000 square foot lot is obnoxious to the homeowner. Having said that, here are my reasons why. Lack of ownership on the property, too many families, and it's not my job mentally to clean up this property. Parking 4 to 8 people living on a property reduce the value of the homes living next to them. I confirmed this with my real estate neighbor. Increase. Please consider voting no. Ferndale is not being inclusive. respectful to current owners, Greg Decker.
I've got one that specifically requested to be
Is
read.
that from Andrew? Did you get
Dominic.
that? Dominic, okay.
Dear City Council, my name is Dominic Scapitici, and I am a resident of 840 La Prairie. I am writing to you because I am unable to attend the council meeting due to my work schedule. I would like my letter read into the minutes of the meeting and my concerns addressed regarding the proposed rezoning of Ferndale. As proposed, the current document will fundamentally alter the character of the neighborhood I live in. My husband and I specifically purchased a forever home on La Prairie because of the character and quietness of the single-family homes and duplexes that line the street. We planned to age in place in this neighborhood because of the existing neighborhood character. My concerns: 1, we do support the proposed tree ordinance and ADA barrier-free housing portions of the document. 2, the wholesale rezoning of all R1 parcels to fourplexes is aggressive and will have negative effects on quality of life, increased air, light, noise pollution, and heat from the urban heat island. 3, we love ADUs and duplexes. These are gentle ways to increase density and allow for multi-generational families and homeowners to have some rental income. 4, as written, the code has the potential to wedge large fourplexes into the middle of blocks, dwarfing surrounding single-family homes. Tri and fourplexes should be limited to corner lots, as many other municipalities have done. Please don't destroy my neighborhood for developer profits. 5, setbacks. We need stronger minimums on setbacks and green space minimums. 6, the stormwater guidelines must be stricter than those adopted by Oakland County. Increased density will result in greater flood potential no matter how many underground cisterns are built. Extreme rain events will be more frequent according to the state of Michigan. 7, increased density results in the urban heat island effect. Summers are hotter, documented fact. We will need to run AC units more if we increase density. Noise pollution and environmental pollution plus increased energy costs. Increased density costs money. Don't pass the burden to homeowners. Urban heat island will result in health issues too. 8, stricter guidelines on green space are needed to protect our lungs and breathing. We are surrounded by 696, 75, 8 Mile, and the Amazon Fulfillment Center. Increased density means increased health costs due to air pollution. This is a quality of life issue. No one wants asthma. 9, can the city afford the financial costs of increased density? Yes, we will receive a temporary boost in tax dollars, but can we afford the ongoing costs of more infrastructure, stormwater retention, sewers, water lines, roads, air conditioning because of the heat island effect, more city inspectors, etc.? The list of costs goes on and on. 10, rental fourplexes require yearly inspection. How will this be paid for? 11, I urge the City Council to pause the adoption of this rezoning plan until we as a city figure out how our city will be properly funded. The Headley override failed to pass. Let's figure that part out first before we take on more financial responsibility. Increased density equals increased costs, financial costs, mental health costs, and health costs. Thank you, Dominic. Sorry, my decongestant is wearing off. That's the only one I had that requested specifically to be read.
Did I think wasn't there one from someone who is unable to attend? What is read? Greg? No, the person's name is Greg.
Oh.
Oh, Greg Decker?
Oh, I think Roe.
I don't think I have that one.
Oh, I have it. I can pull it up.
Yes, it was Greg.
Do you have it?
I have it up, yeah.
You want to read it?
Sure. This is from Greg Thacker. Good morning. Below, I offer my feedback on the latest Zone Ferndale proposal. The proposed changes to R1 are too extreme. Duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes should not be allowed in R1. Those belong in R2. But if residents must be forced to accept this, it cannot be automatically permitted, the P designation, in R1. It should be an S designation for special land use and the special steps outlined in the document, including approval by the majority of adjacent residents to the proposed structure. No residents I spoke with even knew that zoning changes are being considered by the city. This initiative has been poorly communicated and overshadowed by the local property tax issue and local and national elections. The response I heard was that it seems sneaky. A matter with this much impact on the lives of Ferndale residents deserves a better launch. Prior to approval of such a major change to the lives of residents, a letter must be sent to every R1 property in Ferndale and further public meetings held. Greater effort needs to be made to share the benefits of this initiative. To do any less will make it seem that something controversial is being run through for quick approval during a very busy time of year. Thank you for your work to make Ferndale better. Sincerely, Greg Becker. That is the last, I think that is the last one.
I'd like to take the opportunity to open it up to council for discussion. We've heard it, so all of us have received some sort of email regarding it, and just open it up for your comments now.
I would just say that, you know, I think we have a lot of discussion to have, and, you know, I'm not saying we can't accomplish this by the December 16th meeting, but I think that timeline may slip a little bit to allow for further council conversation, especially in light of the sheer volume of public input we've gotten in our inboxes, and sort of wading through all of that and figuring out if there are any compromises we can make to the plan. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. I'm not saying we can't or won't make the December 16th target. I just don't want folks to be shocked or disappointed if we don't, if we feel that we need more time. Because it's big, this is huge. And one thing I do want to note from a lot of these emails is, you know, and you know, I'll see Greg at the board meeting for the Historical Society on Thursday, so he'll know I read out his email and I'm going to respond to his email verbally. You know, I will note from the presentation that we have been doing engagement on this in the community for a very long time. Letters have gone out to a lot of folks. Every resident who would be affected by this zoning has received a letter. And lots of community meetings were had, lots of notices online. So I do want to try to dispel the feeling that this is something that's being secretly done, because we've had a fairly public and visible process throughout that. So I just wanted to say that as just like opening comments, and then I can reserve any more detailed comments if we get there.
Through the chair. I don't disagree with you, Councilman. This all stemmed from the 2-year master plan, where residents were very engaged, spent a lot of time engaging in residents throughout that 2-year process. And many people expressed the interest of allowing for more diversity and density across the city. It was then through this 19-month process that we also had engagement with community members, and it was further encouraged that we should include more density throughout the city. I also don't disagree with you that we have a fair bit of work to do before we adopt this. I only say that we should be cautious because depending on the changes that we may want to make, it may have a huge impact on the overall document. Keep in mind that this is not a set in stone document. This is, we could adopt it in December or January, and in April, we could make additional changes. There's no reason why we couldn't adopt it within the next month or two, and continue to consider other enhancements, like we discussed, the tree ordinance, the mobile vending issue that still hasn't been resolved. So I ask that we at least consider supporting it and seeing how things progress. From a personal point of view of density, I've lived in an R3 area for 20 years. When I first moved into my house, the woman across the street from me owned the 3 properties in front of me, as well as the 3 properties behind on Troy. And her plan was eventually to knock those houses down and build an apartment building. That was 22 years ago. And she could have easily done that, you know, in those 22 years and never have. I think there's a fear that this is going to be passed and all of a sudden developers are going to be buying up property, knocking them down and building fourplexes. It's not going to happen that quickly. We could see that maybe there is all of a sudden an increase over the next 6 months. And at that point, we could determine maybe we were too aggressive and then look at pulling maybe something back. But my concern, and you read one of the letters, is, we're restricting the ability for a lot of people to have affordable housing in other neighborhoods other than just the downtown core, because that's the only place that we can build multi-units.
So there's a really good, so one of the things I am not by any means a zoning person. So I've been learning throughout this year the intricacies of all of this, and a document that really helped me, and it's not an easy lift to read because it is 178 pages long, but it's something that I kind of keep a copy with me, is it's a document on the Michigan Association of Planners, which is the Michigan chapter of the American Planning Association. It's a document called Zoning Reform Stories and Studies, a companion to the Zoning Reform Toolkit. It's a free PDF online, and it's really fascinating because it talks through zoning reform stories from a lot of communities in Michigan. So we're talking places like St. Ignace, all the way up in the UP, where our former city clerk, Marty McGrath, is from, all the way to Hamtramck, surrounded by Detroit, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids. So you're seeing townships, villages, they kind of talk to city planners, city managers, these sorts of things across all these cities that had gone through zoning reforms of varying types. And I found that really helpful because it's sort of an interview format. There's a lot of data in the pages, and then they get down to each city has a chapter, and they interview kind of the point person at that city on the issue. So the city planner, the city manager in some cases, and they kind of go through these experiences of what happened in the town, what have they managed to accomplish, and they've managed a lot of different types of zoning reform in a lot of different ways. And I will say that one of the through lines as I read through that document is that a lot of these communities had these same concerns brought to them, that homes were going to be demolished in residential neighborhoods and replaced with quadplexes and stuff, and none of these cities of any of these sizes have really had that experience because the market just doesn't permit it. It's prohibitively expensive to buy a market rate single family home in Ferndale. Let's say you get it for $250,000. You have to buy that for $250,000. There's $250,000 right there in your capital investment in your project. You are not buying vacant land. You're not buying a blighted structure that may be sold at a tax sale. You're buying a perfectly functional home. So you are paying market rate. You then have to knock it down, do whatever abatement you need on the property. Then you have to build a property, and then you have to make enough income on that property to pay off the debt that you have taken to build that property. That doesn't pencil economically. It doesn't. We know that. And so I think, it was instructive to read the experiences of these cities, including Ann Arbor, including Farmington Hills, Rochester Hills, and their experiences of what really happened. Now, all of their zoning reforms are not necessarily one-to-one with ours. They all kind of have their own experiences, and they made kind of compromises and unique changes. But I thought that there were a lot of really important through lines in this document, and it was really informative to me because I can read all the technical documents in the world, but reading accounts from people who experienced it, who went through the process of getting it approved, who went through the process of that, was super informative to me. Because that experiential, anecdotal knowledge is important. It's the lived experience of what happened after the technicality of adopting an ordinance. That's the easy part, so to speak. Then you have to live in it. And this sort of tells that story. So I will see if we can share this document. I'd love to get this out to folks to read. I just found it incredibly helpful and illuminating.
Through the chair, if I may, Council Member Johnson, I mean, I believe you said something to the effect that we sent a letter out to everybody. I just wanted to clarify that just because you said it. I mean, we did not send a letter out to every single property in the city, nor every R1 zone property in the city, but we did send several hundred letters out to properties that were undergoing kind of a notable change. So that's a number of properties that are currently OS, office service, which we are proposing to eliminate, certain properties of residential in it's a residential house if you drove by, but it's actually zoned industrial. So we've actually proposed to change those back to residential, a few commercial changes. So it's really, you know, shifts like that, people going from R2 to MXD1, things like that. So, I mean, by and large, the city today is R1. The zoning map is by and large R1, so those people did not get letters. I just want to be very clear about that.
Thank you, Kyle, and that is an important clarification that I should have been clearer when I said, you know, I did intend to say that it was folks who were going to experience a change, that something would change about their zoning, received the letter. Yeah, so anyway.
If I could add on, I'm sorry, Mayor, but I know that a lot of people are concerned about the size of structures. You know, I have a single family home and now someone's going to build a quadplex right next to me. If you read into the details of what's allowed on these R1 properties, a duplex, a triplex, or quadplex would only be allowed to be 5 feet higher than an allowed single-family home and 10 feet deeper than a single-family home. So it's not like you could expect this, you know, monstrous size house next to you. At most, it could be 5 feet higher than what you may have and 10 feet deeper than you may have. The idea of limiting the size of these structures is to allow for smaller units within a building. You're not building, you know, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, you know, quadplexes. Most of them are probably going to be single-bedroom, bathroom, maybe 2-bedroom, a bathroom quadplexes, because you're restricted with the amount of size of the building that you can put on that property.
All right. I just wanted to also state that I did attend the Planning Commission meeting. And just to be clear, what you presented today were some of the suggestions that you heard during that meeting. But they haven't been put into the plan yet or the document because you just heard them recently.
Yes, that's correct. So both the fencing language and this slide, these are things where the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval with these kind of, you know, minor issues to be ironed out. Some of these are just, the language has to be tweaked a little bit, or we have to change a few items on the use chart, things like that. So no, the feedback from this is not yet in the draft that you have on hand, or that's on zoneferndale.com.
Also, at the Planning Commission meeting, I don't know if it was made clear to me, so I just want some clarity now. There are people or residents or community members that will be affected by this zoning ordinance or out of compliance right now. So how are we going to address those individuals who are out of compliance right now that have already kind of have their establishments in place?
Sure. So, you know, there's a lot of nonconformities out there. They're out there today. I mean, there are people in the city who have a single-family house in an industrially zoned zoning district. If they came to us and they wanted to build an addition, legally we would have to deny that request. There are some avenues, of course, through Board of Zoning Appeals to overcome that. But essentially, yes, there are a lot of nonconformities. I think this zoning ordinance is eliminating some nonconformities, frankly, throughout the city. There are duplexes in R1 right now if you drive around. So those are technically non-conforming, which they would become conforming under this zoning ordinance. So I would say it's a mixed bag. I mean, there are likely some nonconformities that will be created in certain areas and some will be alleviated, but either way, they will, you know, continue to exist as they have been. You are allowed to maintain your nonconforming use or structure. It's only when you either discontinue it for a period of time or you are trying to expand it, that's when you can kind of end up on the phone with me and I have to explain all this to you.
And also, I believe I heard at the Planning Commission meeting that, that suggestions or revisions could be submitted up to December, what?
So we're shooting for December 2nd. So that's mostly edits that are related to this slide. So if people had any additional, pretty minor, we're calling it non-substantive feedback, we're willing to take that into effect. So we've definitely been relying on the Planning Commission just because they frankly deal with the zoning ordinance quite a bit. And they're kind of our first line of defense of it. So we've definitely been looking to them for some additional input and, guidance on some of the tweaks that we have here.
So we have received quite a few emails. A lot of them weren't read tonight. So with all of these suggestions or concerns within the email, how then should we as council proceed as far as getting this information to you, or did you want this information? How should we go about that?
Well, it seems to me, and feel free to jump in or correct me. I mean, it seems like there are a couple issues that we heard tonight. First and foremost is the triplexes and duplexes. So if you wanted to have a discussion about that to see what your view is, I mean, we have some options here. As proposed, it is to go up to a fourplex in R1 and R2, so citywide, frankly. R2 does allow for multifamily, so keep that in mind. R2 is generally concentrated closer to the downtown area and or along kind of the major corridors. But as for R1, I mean, I guess we are looking for feedback if we want to dial that back, if we want to make it a special land use, if we want to do some other, we've heard plenty of suggestions tonight of putting it on corners only or putting it only where there's the minimum lots. I do want to champion encouraging density here. So, I do support at the very least, duplexes citywide, but we are always pushing for more where we can. I know stormwater is another major issue, and that's something I think we've definitely heard loud and clear, and we can continue to move on that and talk to our city engineer and see what we can put in the zoning ordinance to spell that out, both that it's warranted and required and what we can do to enhance it. Laura, I don't know, is there anything else besides the fourplex issue that we're really looking for at the moment?
Through the chair, I want to make sure that something's clear. So you mentioned R1 and R2. So R1 is at this point up to 4 units. R2 also allows up to 4 units, but also allows for 5 units or greater.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So the multifamily in R2 is governed by the building massing regulations, so its setbacks, but also by its parking requirements.
Yeah. So someone that's already in an R2 area or the future R2 area would still be allowed to, make changes to their home, their single family home, add on, et cetera. Or build a brand new single family home in an R2. So we're not restricting the limits of what can happen in an R2. We're just expanding the number of units in an R2.
Yeah, and that's a fundamental important part of zoning too. I mean, it's not like we are creating the zoning and dictating that's what we're only building quads. That is not true at all. I mean, zoning is just dictating what you are allowed to do with the property. But you are correct, even in R2, even in MXD1, frankly, you can still construct a brand new single family home if you wanted to.
To the chair, I don't know if I missed my turn to have comments, but like I appreciate where you both went with this, with affordability and increasing the kinds of homes that we would have within the city. My struggle, which I've expressed to you, Greg, is that I see this as a weird paradox. You pointed out that we won't expect a glut of people building housing. in the city. If we don't expect a glut of people building houses, in the city, I don't understand how we would be driving down costs. Basically, first of all, the free market is merciless. And in general, we're looking to the free market to solve a problem that it helped create. And I just don't see that as really feasible here. I submitted a letter to the Planning Commission that I believe was read into the minutes. I'm going to read just a small excerpt because basically what I've been doing since we started these conversations is I've been trying to bump this against our Community Affordability and Inclusive Housing Action Plan, as well as the Master Land Use Plan. And in that letter to the Planning Commission, I said changing R1 zoning from single-family housing to allow quadplexes is a significant policy shift that could have unintended consequences, particularly when viewed through the lens of Ferndale's unique housing and environmental challenges as outlined in the Community Affordability and Inclusive Housing Action Plan. I wish that acronym was easier and I wish that was a shorter name, as well as the Stormwater Vulnerability Assessment. The CAIHAP emphasizes the importance of diverse housing options, but it also prioritizes preserving existing housing stock and rehabilitating it to serve low-income and senior residents. Allowing quadplexes in R1 zones risks incentivizing the replacement of affordable single-family homes with higher density units that may not be attainable for lower income residents. It could potentially displace people. It could accelerate some of the displacement. And that makes me queasy. Looking at the Master Land Use Plan earlier today, I poured through that, basically looked at one of the pages, and I'm going to see if I can find this in my tabs because I've got 500 tabs open. There's a section in the Master Land Use Plan, which was passed in 2022, that talks about traditional residential, which is roughly equivalent to what we're looking at with R1. And with the Master Land Use Plan being kind of our visioning document and our intentionality document, the intent that they put within that section was low-density residential, encouraging a small-scale mix of neighborhoods, serving amenities and services, including government and institutional uses. But then they further expanded that section into the housing opportunities portion, and it says accommodate additional dwelling units, parentheses, conversion to maximum 3 units, including accessory dwelling units. And that has become my sticking point, because to me, what that means, if we're looking at ADUs as a unit, then that means we allow up to a duplex, because that's your 3 units. You get 2 units in a pre-existing housing stock, potentially, and 1 accessory dwelling unit. And for me, that's the ideal, because we get to preserve that existing housing stock, potentially. I don't think there's enough incentive there and enough of a target on our back for developers to look at an existing house and say, knock it down, let's do 2 units there, unless it's super de-duper luxury market housing. So I look at that and I say, well, that's the best of both worlds. We get to preserve things and we do densify, but we densify in a moderate step. It is a gentle density instead of a leap forward. And that sort of incremental change, I think, is a little bit more palatable to people. And that's where I would want us to kind of push ourselves for the R1, just because, again, we've heard from a lot of people that this is uncomfortable. And if this is a living document, and if zoning can be changed in the future, why not take an incremental step now and then potentially move forward in the future with the stronger step if we see that it's warranted and if we see that it's supported?
So that's really consistent with what Traverse City did when they were doing their zoning reform. They looked at a lot of different options, and I think they did settle on, and I'm going to look to Laura, Ms. Ha, and Kyle to possibly correct me. I think that's what Traverse City went with. They went with allowing ADUs. ADUs are pretty much unlimited. It's sort of by right. And then they allow up to duplexes in R1 for the total of the 3 units on there. I think Traverse City still left in a resident owner-occupied requirement for the ADU, but that I'm not clear on. But that was one of the case study cities in this small book that I read, and that was consistent with what a couple different cities had done when they were going through the reform. They kind of found that as a middle ground of gentle densification. So I'm open to that.
Is that the official term?
No, I think Dominic Scappaticci has coined it in his email to the council, and so I must now text Dominic and let him know you have coined a new term for Ferndale, which is gentle densification. But I like it.
I like it too. I was curious, I know Kyle, you mentioned something about the stormwater, but it was for only 3 units, correct? If you had 3 units and there would be stormwater requirements?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, that's the case now. I mean, I wouldn't say we get many, triplexes, which would be kind of like the lowest one that would come in today that would necessitate that. But if someone were to build a triplex right now, yes, they would have to provide stormwater detention to Oakland County standards as reviewed by our city engineer. So I think you're getting at what is a duplex plus an ADU look like. And my understanding, and I can confirm with the city engineer, but my understanding is that would have to do stormwater detention. Now, this is a case-by-case basis. If somebody has an existing duplex and somebody has an existing detached garage, I mean, I literally had a phone call about this last week, and they want to convert that garage into a unit. Are they adding any new non-permeable area to that site? Are they expanding any of the buildings? No, they're not. So frankly, in that case, no, they probably would not have to provide stormwater detention for that scenario. If it was a blank slate and they wanted to do a duplex and an ADU in the backyard, then yes, my understanding is that they would have to provide it.
Can I ask a stupid question that it may be a you question, Kyle? It may be a, I don't know, Dan Christ question. I'm not really sure. So let's say we went with, just hypothetically, let's say we said, okay, you can do duplexes plus an ADU, like that's the by right, that's the R1 classification. And then we said, we're not saying no to any additional units, but they would be like, can we have it be that way up to a certain number of units, and then after that, like a triplex or a quadplex could be special land use, so that if someone did have a large enough parcel, one of the rare huge parcels in Ferndale, they would have the option to better fill the parcel, but it would have to go through all the special land use processes and allow for a much higher level of scrutiny. Are we allowed to kind of split up that in that classification?
Yeah, absolutely.
Through the chair, you have to have the criteria for your special land use.
Right. Okay.
That would entitle them for that additional density.
Just curious. Because we have, one thing that was helpful in Ms. Ha's presentation, and one of the documents that was attached to tonight's agenda, I think, kind of indicated like how sort of idiosyncratic Ferndale's parcels can be. Like we were sort of a fairly idiosyncratically platted city as we kind of grabbed bigger chunks, and chunks of it were platted at different times. And so you have some neighborhoods with these like much narrower parcels, some with these larger ones. You have, enormous, some of these are almost half an acre. They're humongous legacy parcels. And so, I think about those parcels that if someone owns it and did want to do something more on that parcel to a limit, of course, that we would still be able to do that to best maximize the use of the land if we can, taking into account things like stormwater, environmental, all those things which could be vetted through special land use. So I'm just trying to take into account the sort of idiosyncrasies of our parcel sizes.
Sure. And to be clear, I mean, we're not changing the special land use process, so all special land use cases will end up at city council.
Right.
But I do agree. I mean, some lots, maybe it does make sense, others don't. And it is split up and itemized on the use chart for, single unit, duplex, triplex, fourplex. So we can designate, whatever we want as special land use. And then we do have our standards. My only concern with that, which is it's just kind of a small concern, if we were to, approve some in a given mid-block somewhere on a random street, and then we were to deny on another random mid-block street, I wonder how that would play out. Dan's already kind of groaning at me, I think, but it's one thing to deny a nuisance request on a major street, whereas if it's, I don't know, maybe we get several of these and we're able to navigate them well. I don't know if that's a concern at all for you, Mr. Christ.
Well, just to add on that issue, I think it's incumbent on the development of the factual record with respect to that specific application and making a strong record as to rationale, either in support of the special land use or the basis upon which the denial is premised.
Again, I'm not proposing any specific thing tonight, like officially. We're kind of using this conversation as sort of a chance to kind of discuss and ideate a little bit, knowing that, of course, at the second reading, in theory, that's when we would, I guess that's a technical question. I don't know who to ask about that. Like, so when we get to the second reading meeting, well, in the meantime, we could probably all submit suggestions, but at the same time, we all there still has to be a majority vote to codify things. So at some point, should we save like amendments to the final ordinance that we want to do for the second reading meeting? Yes, Dan?
Through the chair, I think earlier those types of suggestions or ideas are communicated back to staff, the better. But I think maybe your point is, well, should there be a discussion collectively right now? That's certainly your prerogative. But if you're not prepared to do that, then at a minimum, I think the various ideas that you all have should be shared with staff as soon as possible.
I just think about the position that, Kyle and Roger would be in.
Digest that.
If, my honorable colleague to my left may have one suggestion, I may have another, and then my honorable colleague at the end may have a third, and we all three send them, well, they're going to go, which one do they go through the work of revising language in the ordinance to reflect? Because none of that was based on a consensus or a majority of, the council.
If I can share, if we did present to them three different ideas, I guess I would expect you to take all of them down and then at the next reading say that, several council members had, different ideas, you guys need to talk amongst yourself, and that discussion would have to happen at that meeting or a January meeting or whatever.
And you could offer the professional assessment of those ideas. I mean, that's when you would say, like, this suggestion would have the following pros and cons. This one would have the, I think that would be helpful as well.
And the impacts, because,
yeah, of course,
your suggestion may have a different impact than Laura's suggestion and my suggestion across the board.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to be kind of clear technically, like how this might work.
What are your thoughts on changing it down to duplexes with the ADUs? I think we would all be a little more comfortable with doing that at this point. I know I would. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of feedback. Frankly, I think the large majority of feedback, in terms of, criticism has been levied against the ideas of 3s and 4s in R1. So, I'm going to push for density, but I still think duplexes citywide with ADUs is a win. Right now, the huge majority of the city is R1. There are some regularly numbered units peppered throughout there. And we have an ADU ordinance right now, but it's not very good, frankly. So I do think that would be a win, and I would be happy with it. I don't know, Roger, you have anything else to add, or if you want to say something?
So I think this is never an easy process. We've rewritten probably 60% of the words in the code, 30% of which is pretty important. I'm on review of draft 6, and if they keep giving me another copy, I'm going to keep reviewing it, and it will never end. It's just how it is. It will not be perfect. I expressed these same concerns about the density and how the community would feel. And we chartered on, and I kind of wish would have fought a little bit harder because I think we could be saving a lot of energy from the community right now. It's council's prerogative, so if you'd like to talk more, it does become difficult, as Councilor Johnson said. If we ask people individually, then you're each going to give us a different response. Then I have to call each of you and try to broker a deal, and it just becomes a little bit chaotic. I think right now we don't have a lot of conversations with any type of developer, private or corporate, about duplexes or triplexes. We just don't have a lot. I think duplexes is a move in the right direction. And I think if you allow those, through those conversations, because we'll get around eventually, people will come to us and say, oh, geez, I wish I could do a triplex. And if we start hearing that and the sites look like they could accommodate it, we can always come back to council, the planning commission in 12 months and say there's a real need for this. I think if we build 1 quad a year, my eyebrow would raise. If we built 2, I would fall out of my chair. I just don't think it's going to happen like that. I do like the special land use because there might be sites that are appropriate. The public gets noticed nearby. It's a planning commission. It's a public hearing. And there probably are some lots that it actually would make sense on. But making rules for every lot is really hard to do. I would love a consensus tonight so that the next draft can be representative of all the changes. So I would be fine if it was duplex and ADU. I think we would be happy with that. We could close up shop. We could get to a final document. But if you need more time to decide it, I understand that as well.
I was looking at him.
Me?
No, we're all staring at you.
Why are you looking at me?
Who's that?
I'm not opposed. I mean, we're not doing a vote tonight, you know. I don't know how much work it's going to be to rewrite a lot of the document.
It's going to be a little bit of work because there's lots of references to triplex and quad, but versus waiting a couple weeks, getting emails, then coming back to the next meeting and then redrafting. If there's a consensus that duplex and ADU is the way to go, we'll take it. We'll redraft. If something changes between now and the next one, and if the next one you want to say we want to change it again, then we can do it. But if there's a consensus, we'll take it and we can button this up.
I do like the idea of including triplexes as a special land use for R1.
At least give us the possibility. I am with Roger on this one. I just don't see a ton of infill quadplex happening. I mean, Grand Rapids didn't even see that. Like, their city planner has been very clear on the record. She's received very few since they went through their code reform of quadplexes in residential neighborhoods, because it's often too hard for someone to build a facility that's going to pay off the investment. So,
well, especially if you're going to require stormwater management. I mean, you're looking at thousands of dollars to invest, you know, and
space. So the typical lot in Ferndale is 4,000 to 6,000 square feet, not very big. You now have to provide stormwater. You need square foot to provide stormwater. It can't be under the building. And then you have to provide a parking space minimum for each one. So now you got 4 parking spaces. So for all intents and purposes, it's not going to work on 80% of lots, I don't think.
I'm going to advocate for my plan for the duplexes and ADU as the sort of by right, and then tris and quads as a special land use. And then we would need to sort of articulate the criteria of that, the evaluation of that kind of special land use. And it's obviously going to hinge very heavily on the size of the parcel, how much setback we can get, and that kind of thing.
And through the chair, I would also advocate for duplexes and ADUs. I am still a little bit queasy about quadplexes, even by a special land use permit. Triplexes, a little bit less queasy. So I think we can build from that.
I'll take triplexes on special land use.
Take it.
This is how the sausage is made.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Well, let me go back. So a couple of the concerns were that, and this might be pertaining to the quadplexes, that someone would come in and build and not have any interest in the city, really just to make a profit and just not have any consideration for the residents alongside of this quadplex. So my question is, if we decide and it goes to a special land use, how does that, what is that process and how will that protect the residents that are concerned about this, is my question.
So it's like a normal special land use, like a gas station, a drive-through restaurant, whatever it might be. Someone would come to us. What the community doesn't see is probably, what they don't see is the planning commission deny a lot of special land uses because staff has already said to them, we think the planning commission will not be supportive. We think the city council will not be supportive. We think the neighborhood will not be supportive. So if they came to us, it depends on what lot it was. Is it an 8,000 corner lot, square foot corner lot? Then we might tell them there's an opportunity there. For all intents and purposes, most of them we probably will say, there's too much going on here with a triplex. But if they want to proceed, then they submit an application. We send it to everybody within 300 feet. 300 feet, so all the neighbors around it will get notice of a public hearing. We have a public hearing in front of the planning commission, and then we bring it forward to the city council for final determination.
If the planning commission passes it.
Even if they recommend denial, it would come to you for final.
Automatically.
Yeah, we get final vote.
Through the chair, curious, how many communications do you receive a month from developers that never ever make it to planning commission because you've basically told them, yeah, that's not going to work in Ferndale?
Kyle can answer that better. He deals with the day-to-day, but it depends on the month and what's going on, but probably 65% don't move forward.
Yeah, well, what, 65% of what?
I mean, it's a handful. I mean, I get phone calls. Sometimes I get a bunch in a day. Sometimes I don't get very many. So I don't know. I mean, for special land uses, it's a little more rare, I would say. So maybe just, 2 to 3 a month that people are interested in doing something that has a special land use. And just like Roger said, I try to be very practical with them and honest and upfront and explain to them the process and what it looks like, kind of the how council has been ruling on things, if I think they'd be supportive or not. I mean, we have ADUs right now, but you actually need a special land use. And I tell people, if you can make it work and you get there, I really think you got a good shot of getting approved. But that obviously has not been, working. I mean, how many ADU cases have you all received in recent memory?
2.
Right. Yeah, in general, we do try to be honest with them, but, we do have our public notice system, and it definitely works when there's something that's controversial. I mean, sometimes we have special land use cases, and we don't really much from the public, but there are others where, the room is going to be filled.
Thanks.
So it being designated as a special land use provides a little bit of protection because you have to go through you have to go through stages.
It's a lot more hoops.
Okay.
So through the chair, just clarity on timelines, especially since there's so much public interest around this. So this goes back to the CED department and to our planning company, to McKenna, and you revise it. Is the expectation still that we are going to be looking at the final draft of this in December, or are we pushing that out into like the January timeframe?
That's my hope. I mean, a lot of the changes are not, they're not substantive. They're kind of housekeeping some things. I do know, I did a tour with a couple planning commission members the other day, and they actually want to take away the food truck regulations and spend more time to think about it. So that's going to just come out, and it'll be reserved like the tree ordinance. Changing this quad in triplex, I don't think will be too much work, although we'll have to do word searches and make sure we're consistent. So if this was the direction of council, which seems to be baking in front of me, then I hope to get you something by December 16th. but it'll be up to McKenna and the holidays. If it doesn't happen, then it'll be the first one in January.
To the chair, if the tree preservation ordinance creates conflict with what we have within the zoning code, how does that work?
It depends on what it would do, and I think you know.
I'm aiming for a lot of conflict, Roger.
I know. I think that's a conversation with the city manager and city attorney on what your idea of conflict is.
Okay.
But yeah, if there's some conflict somewhere, we would maybe have to go amend the code. It just depends on what it is.
So the reason I'm asking this is because my concern is that if we pass this and then the tree preservation ordinance comes back and it's too staunch, we start neutering that language very quickly, very rapidly, because it would be in conflict with what we just approved. So my hope is that, again, as I had mentioned at the joint planning and council committee meeting, that we can start looking at that rapidly and find a workable solution for that tree preservation language and maybe get that into our zoning document. And if that pushed it out into January, I would be hunky-dory. And I don't know about the rest of you all, but that would make me feel a lot more comfortable knowing that since we've heard about trees quite a bit as well, that's in there in the version that we pass.
I will add that in the code, it specifically states that wherever one provision conflicts with another, the more stringent one applies. So that's already in there.
Yeah.
So for example, I'm gonna give a crazy idea. If somehow the tree ordinance said you can't remove a tree at all, and there's a tree in the middle of a lot and you can't build a home now, you wouldn't be able to build a home. So this saying you can build a home doesn't change that. Do I think it can go that far? That would be the city attorney to discuss with you. But we do have that provision that the stricter applies. So if that blocks something out, then it would take precedent.
Okay.
I will note that the proposed tree ordinance is 15 pages, so we are working our way through it.
I get very excited writing.
You love to write an ordinance, my honorable colleague. But yes, we are working through the tree ordinance. On the ordinance committee, I should say, for the public. Okay. I just wanted to say, I think the suggestions in the presentation that came from the Planning Commission, I also read their minutes, and I thought a lot of the suggestions were really helpful and really good changes, so I'm glad a lot of those are going in there. I was kind of interested about the industrial issue and like a distillery versus like a regular old bar, and how and where is it appropriate for folks to be going to do certain types of recreational activity basically in an industrial district, and I thought that was a really good catch. And sort of I think is a credit to Chair Foster and the members of the Planning Commission that they really have dived deep into this document, and they've taken this very seriously, and they're catching these kinds of things. They're doing exactly what we rely on them to do. And so reading through the minutes and seeing in the presentation, those are very helpful call outs and very helpful improvements. I'm glad they're going in.
Everyone's added to the process. So as you saw the slide of all the community engagements, the steering committee members, the accessibility commission, the planning commission, council, everyone has helped make this a better document. But as Kyle said, there will be changes. In 6 months, we'll realize that doesn't make any sense. Let's put that on the list, and it's a living document.
I think that's, what we saw on the slide of, when Kyle noted all the people who participated. I mean, we rely on that as a council. I mean, we're a volunteer council. We're 5 people with day jobs and lives and families, and, we do this, but we also do a lot of other things. And so we rely on a lot of other folks from both the city full-time staff to the volunteers who also do the Planning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals and all these other people who are specialists and doing all of this incredible lift over the last few years to get us to this point where we 5 have the privilege to sit and sort of nitpick over the higher level issues it's wonderful. And I just want to make sure that everybody in that process who participated and volunteered and Ms. Ha, you and the folks at McKenna and the work and time you've put in, that's what helps us do our job. So I just want to make sure that doesn't get lost as we move through the next few weeks of undoubtedly somewhat heated debate over parts of this zoning ordinance, that the work is not missed and that it is acknowledged. And I want the public to know that. that these are folks who are giving a lot of their time and themselves to do really important and often thankless work. And a zoning code is very often thankless work. So thank you
We appreciate
for
it.
doing it.
I do see two people who thought duplex and ADU by right, a triplex by special land use, but no quads. Is there more consensus? One other person or two?
I think if you're hearing nothing from everybody, you can assume that's consensus.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Well, wait. So I guess I'm looking at the potential for quads, and the only reason why I'm thinking that for us to have housing that's truly inclusive is, and to not eliminate it in its entirety, is because when I think about 12 years ago-ish, maybe 10, how individuals were really against, it's really against a housing project, Jefferson project. It's in Oak Park, but it's really a block that separates us from Ferndale, from Ferndale. And I remember the uproar when I was on the school board regarding building that development because it was a subsidized housing development. And I remember walking around talking to people in the community and how they were just mad that it was even coming because there's some sort of stigma, I guess, attached with affordable housing. And people were concerned that their housing values would decrease. And I will tell you that that development, which is up and running today, has housed many families that need that. I know quite a bit of them. A lot of them are Ferndale school parents. And I just think that before we decide to just totally eliminate something, let's think about the possibility of the type of housing that it will provide. I'm all for something being special land use because I think those are added protections there. And if it doesn't fit, then at the end of the day, council has a say to say this doesn't fit. But I don't think we should totally eliminate it because when I think of a quad, wherever that may be, that's 4 people, 4 residents that will have the opportunity to live here. Just like all the residents that have the opportunity to live in that development that's just a block away from my house right now. That people really opposed it, but it turned out to be a great thing. So
I can't answer that one. I don't know if through Oak Park that was a PUD. So if someone had a bigger piece of land, it doesn't have to be huge. It'd probably be a PUD, planned unit development, that would allow the density. I don't know what that one was.
Well, it used to be a school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Madam Mayor, you bring up a really good point. And Roger, can you refresh the council's memory? How many units? What is the unit count required before we trigger the accessible housing required? Where we would need a set aside unit that's has accessibility built in as part of the development. Don't we have a threshold here under the
There's items in the building code, so I don't know what that number is, but when you hit a certain level, it has to have 0-step entry or ramps, elevators if they're second story. I don't know if that's a 6-plex or more. It's probably more on the multifamily.
Okay.
I can get that to you. I don't know if we have it. We have some accessibility stuff in the draft. Kyle, is there
something in my brain, in the back of my brain, is saying that that the quad or higher, but I don't remember. I'm sorry.
I can check with the building official tomorrow and email everybody. Let them know what that is.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
So the mayor had a recommendation. I think it was that a recommendation that quads be a special land use?
I think that it would provide more options, special land use, and we'll be able to determine where they are and how it impacts the residents. I don't know if I'll get support there, but I'm just saying that if we want to be inclusive, that includes that. But it gives us some control at being special land use. I think people were concerned that it wasn't before.
If we can narrow it down to those two things, I think we can, if you would like, follow up with an email and see if people want to think about it overnight. We've at least honed in on where we are.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roger.
Okay. Well, there's no action on that tonight, but a lot of discussion, so be interesting to see what the next one will be, but anyway. All right, moving on to regular agenda item 8B, approval of Newman Smith construction design proposal for Martin Road Park restroom and concession facility at a cost of $187,000, subject to contract between the parties acceptable to the interim city manager and city attorney. Assistant City Manager James Krazan is presenting.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. We are here to talk once again about the Martin Road Park facility, but looking at it a little bit differently now. What is the election result? What does that mean for the Martin Road Park facility? Well, it certainly has informed what our next steps are going to be. The results of the November election, clearly the larger conceptual facility was not supported. And so we're now focusing on developing the restrooms and concessions building so that we can utilize the current grant funding to build the facility. So there's a quick shot here. We're going to still stay within the kind of conceptual framework as far as the design's going to look and everything, but it will be a smaller building. So what will this building include? It will include new restrooms. It will include the concessions and equipment rental, some changing areas. All of this is being done so that we can support the splash pad and the other outdoor recreation activities of the park. What this building will not include, we're not going to include that larger event space, the flexible meeting spaces, and the like, so just a smaller footprint. We're looking at a building that's going to be about $2.1 million, covered through these grants here that came in just over $2 million. The funding for this for the construction design is coming out of that Michigan Community Enhancement Grant. So currently we've developed a conceptual building. In order to bid the construction of the building, we need to have architectural and engineered drawings completed. We're recommending awarding the design to Newman Smith Architects. They're the ones who helped us with the conceptual design. They have an intimate knowledge of the project. We've gotten the go-ahead from the state of Michigan grantor to be able to continue our relationship with them through this process. So their proposal works out to about 9% of the estimated construction cost, which is in the general range you're going to see for A&E services. Total fee of $187,000. Over the next couple months, they're going to complete the schematic and interior design, all the drawings, the construction documents, hopefully putting the project out to bid at the end of June into July, so that then we can come back with a recommended award and begin construction towards the tail end of the summer of 2025 with a estimated project closeout in April 2026. So ahead of some of those spending deadlines that we need to hit in order to be able to meet the grant requirements. So with that, that's all I had prepared for tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Through the chair, I have two questions. One, to date, has any money been spent for any of this project out of the general fund?
None. We have spent just about $50,000 out of the Michigan Community Enhancement Grant for the conceptual design.
Okay, and will any money be spent from the general fund on this project?
We do not intend to.
Okay, that's not a really great answer.
We have the grant funding that should cover the cost of the project.
Okay, and if it should incur overruns?
We might need to dip into some capital funds for it.
capital funds which are already exist. They're already part of the budget.
Right.
Through the chair, is this modular? Essentially, could we potentially build onto it in the future?
We are kind of operating under that, guys, that if in the future we do intend to do the entire conceptual design building, this is kind of in a phase. This is phase one. So we're building it with that intention that we could add on to it.
And a follow-up, could you go back to the slide that had the breakdown of the 187?
This one?
Yeah. So are they going to be our project manager as well, overseeing the project?
They're going to oversee a lot of the construction administration, which is good. It'll provide a lot of consistency, having the team who have designed it from concept into construction design being there to help oversee the actual construction as well.
Great.
Right. I move we approve the Newman Smith construction design proposal for Martin Road Park restroom and concession facility at a cost of $187,000 as submitted by the Assistant City Manager.
Support?
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. Okay. Item 8C, appointment of the interim city manager. And JC.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is really just a continuation of last Monday's meeting. I'll kind of refresh everybody's memory a little bit so we can get started. When filling an interim city manager position, you want to make sure that it's a selection, it's not a recruitment. And the idea is to appoint an interim solution quickly to provide stability and keep the city moving forward. The two most common paths to do this is to select a current assistant city manager and have that person serve as the interim city manager, or to use an interim assistant city manager who is known to provide this role for multiple cities and will be able to kind of just go right into the place and help us. And one of the main advantages with that one is it could help us a little bit with bandwidth. I did want to just let everybody know that Nate Geinzer is no longer a candidate. He has found another work, so he is not able to support us. And then the two candidates that we have remaining are James as the current assistant city manager filling the interim role. And then I think the one that was getting the most traction out of Monday's meeting was Mark Wollenweber. And there's also Troy Bell, who comes from the west side of the state. So with those options, I'll let City Council start talking about it, and we'll go back.
Can you go back to the last slide?
Sure.
I may have missed, okay. For some reason, I thought it said available to April 13th, and I'm like, I kind of freaked out there for a second, so, okay.
That'd do us no good.
All right, well, I'm opening it up to council to see kind of where everyone's interest lies.
I could start off. So I had the opportunity over the last couple of days to speak with each of you individually. I have, for a while now, supported the option of Mark Wollenweber for a variety of reasons. One of them being, I worry about overburdening the city manager's office if we simply appoint the assistant city manager to that role. I know that there has been some expression from some of the directors that they could support the assistant city manager as the interim city manager. But for me, if things were normal, if we weren't dealing with, you know, the millage or bond or whatever coming up in May, if we weren't dealing with the fact that two budgets will need to be developed, if we weren't experience the issue of 4 union contracts coming up, five union contracts coming up in June. I would say absolutely, staff could support James. James would be able to get it done, but we're not in a typical situation. 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, it was in 2023, we had Joe, city manager, we had Kyle as assistant city manager, and we had Denicia as assistant to the city manager. Kyle left us in April of 2023, and Joe was able to continue work until Denicia left in September of 2023. And at that time, when Denicia left, Joe's comment was, I'm not planning to, replace Denicia or replace the assistant city manager. 2 months later, he came to us and said, the workload is too great, I need to hire assistant city manager. So I look at Joe with experience of 12 years as an employee of the city, 5 of them as city manager. If in the typical course of business, a business year, he still needed an assistant city manager, I can't foresee James alone not needing someone full-time to support him and solely relying on various directors helping out where they can, if they have the skills and experience to help him where he needs to be helped. I have nothing against James. I think he's a great individual. I think he is more than capable of doing the work, but I also don't want to set him up for failure. And that is my biggest concern.
Next.
So through the chair, I share some of those concerns. I too remember when Joe thought that he was going to go alone and ended up needing an assistant city manager again. But this is for me, this is a very sensitive time. And with it being a very sensitive time, I am very sensitive to the cost associated with Mark. I think the world of him. I've heard from people who used to live in Ferndale, who no longer live in Ferndale within the past few days, who say that he is exceptional at what he does. And I think he's brilliant. But he's also $17,500 per month. And in looking, I know you and I spoke about Berkeley and how long it took for them to get a city manager. And I just triple checked myself. Matt Baumgarten left in April of 2024. And their new city manager was hired in October of 2024. So we're looking at 6 months. And if I apply that cost to Mark, that's $105,000. And that is unpalatable for me. And I feel like that's not something that, unless I could find a way to match that in cost savings during that time period, I don't feel like I could support putting him in that position, especially knowing that he's got to get up to speed. He's going to have to adapt pretty quickly, all while we are still looking for a more permanent person in that position.
Yeah, and I know that we keep talking about finding someone more permanent, but we've actually hired a firm to do that work for us. And once they identify acceptable candidates, at that point, they'll bring them to us and we'll be able to identify who we may consider. And that first round might not yield anybody that we consider is good enough for Ferndale. I do want to ask Dan JC as he walks away from the podium. And I understand your concern for cost. And if it was, an additional $100 and some thousand that we would be outputting, that would concern me. But we're losing a city manager who, and correct me if I'm wrong, is costing us about $17,000 a month with benefits and insurances and all of that. So the cost-wise, if we're looking at what's it going to cost the city, I don't think that there's a huge difference, but the cost of not, I don't know what the cost of not doing it would be. And if it's a couple $1,000s more that we may have to invest in additional person, that's one whole person that can work with council and the city management, city staff, to move us forward and create a opportunity for someone new to come in, not having to work with someone who has then been completely overwhelmed. And I say that not knowing, James, if you're even interested in applying to the city manager role. I haven't gotten that feedback from you. So I don't know if we're going to be in a situation where we're advancing James into the interim city manager position and then he not be interested and then him going back down to the assistant city manager. I don't know if that's what he wants. There's a lot of unknowns that we still don't know. I don't want to put anyone in a position where they may feel like they're no longer wanted in the city because we hired someone else to do that job, which they've been doing as an interim for the last 6 months or 8 months or what have you.
I can speak a little bit to it on my experience as an operations manager. You know, that's what James is here for. This is his time, right? It's his time to step up to the plate and manage a city. That's the goal of assistant city manager, is to be here in these times, is to step up to take the role. And I think we all spoke to the other directors last week, and they shared that they would support James in that role, that they would be willing to step up to the plate and, you know, come to the table and help him out when he needs it. And I have to believe what they're telling me, you know? And I think, yeah, the 100,000 might be in our budget, but we could save that money, you know, and we're at a time where we need to look at everything and take every opportunity to do so. And, you know, I think it would take a couple months at least to get this person up to speed. And I mean, potentially we could have it done in 4 months or 3 months, you know, or 6 months would be, you know, the max. But I personally think that it's the right decision to put James in that and behind that. And I think that I believe that our directors can jump in and help out. And, you know, it's time for everybody to shine. Everyone get up to the plate, you know, do it for our community, to do it for one another. You know, it's the right time, in my opinion, and the right choice to make.
So I'm in the midst of recruiting at my job, trying to hire an assistant budget director for the city of Detroit. And what I've learned is that I have been attempting to do recruitment for the last 6 months externally. So I've been, bringing in external candidates and whatnot. And today, this very morning, my second candidate withdrew I had extended the offer on Friday, and he declined this morning and decided to stay in Baltimore instead. And, I called the CFO of Detroit and I said, this is the situation we're in. We've had a second candidate drop out. And he said, well, I've respected your recruitment process up to now, but I'm here to tell you, why are you not looking at your own team? Why are you not looking internally? I said, well, some of my staff are newer. A lot of my analysts are newer. They've only been at the city for 2-3 years. And he said, what does that have to do with anything? You have talent in-house. These are people who have been learning from you. They've been learning from the associate budget director. They know how things work in budget. Everybody you're bringing in would have to learn the job. And I kind of didn't really have a response to that. And it was just so apropos of the situation that I have here at my other work. I do believe that James can do the job. I feel very strongly that he can. I feel that this is the reason we have an assistant city manager. And I think we have to, assume that folks will pull together, that they will do the work they need to do, and that James will receive the support he needs. A city manager, as Joe indicated, when he, gave his remarks earlier, does not do any of this alone. They don't. They're one person in a team of people, and Ferndale city government is small enough that it really is a team. A bigger team, but a team nonetheless. And I think that we can do this. I think that we can accomplish what we need to do. Does it mean that James is going to have to be tough? Yes. Is he going to have to be, mean James some days and nice James other days? Of course. But I think that this is what he's here for, and I believe that he can do the work. And I'm compelled by saving money, of course. I love saving money, regardless of what some folks in the community might believe. But I mostly think we have this person here, we have the talent in-house, and I think we have to give that person a chance to do it. And I'm not worried about a catastrophe because I think we have the team that will save us from catastrophe. And so, I am in support of James as the interim city manager.
I guess that just leaves me. All right, so I've had the pleasure of meeting Mark, a delightful man, a really smart man. He's done this before. And he actually is opening up time for our opening for this interim city manager position. So it's not something he has to do. I've learned he likes to travel. He, and his wife, they travel a lot and gone many places. And he can easily be doing that. With that being said, I think he's a delightful choice to do this, and I'm glad he stepped up to do it. Now, what I'd also like to state is that I have talked to some of you. We've all had conversations with all four of us all five of us at in a public meeting. But I've had the opportunity to speak with some of you off and on about this. But I've also had an opportunity to speak with James. I know that because I wanted some clarity as to the understanding as to what's at stake, what's coming up, how we should be moving forward. And I can tell you that based on our conversations, he is very clear of what's at stake. He knows that, and I asked him specifically, he knows that, one, keeping open dialogue with council is important. He will make time for that. He understands that we have these proposals, these important proposals coming to Ferndale that really affect the quality of what the city can provide to our residents that trust us. He understands that there are budgets coming forward. He understands that there are negotiations coming forward, and he let me know that it would be his priority, one, to keep council informed, to focus on a possible Headley, and two, focus on all of the budget sessions that are coming forward, as well as the negotiations. I had that conversation with him today, and I'm not trying to go off on a tangent, but I'm looking at his experience over the many years, his resume of experience. And sometimes I think that when someone is given the opportunity to step up, they'll do that. He has been with us since January, kind of the same time that I came on as mayor. And I want to use a little bit of a story because, not without naming names, but a year ago, almost, it might have been earlier than that, I was in a conversation with some individuals, and one of the individuals stated, when I stated that I wanted to run for mayor, stated that this person stated that they weren't sure that I could do it. And so I think that when you give someone the opportunity, and I'm not saying I'm a perfect mayor, I am not saying that at all, I'm learning every day, all of the time, but I will tell you that I've given myself a lot of grace. And even when no one else is giving it to me, and I don't think I'm doing a bad job. I think that, I think that, I've had to, get input from residents, learn how to listen more. It's something we all have to do, and I'm always open to that. And with that being said, is that person saying that I couldn't do it? Well, here we are 11 months into it, and I'm doing it. So, and it's a difficult job. There's nothing easy about it. There are things that, even my council members don't see that are things that that I have to deal with outside of what we even handle on council. It's quite a bit. So with that being said, I'm saying that maybe this is an opportunity for our assistant city manager to show us and reiterate, based on our conversation, the opportunity to do what he says he can do. And maybe we should trust that. It's not about the money. We have, when we think about what we are facing regarding the loss of the Headley, I wasn't thinking about the money, but I'm thinking about someone who has assured me that he can do the job. He's in here already. He's up to speed. He has already indicated to me in ways in which department heads have already helped him, in ways in which they could. So I am confident to go with James for that reason, based on our conversation today. And I knew that once we had the conversation, I would know where I wanted to go. And right now, where I'm going, with thanks to everyone who wanted to apply for this position and for taking the time to want to come help us in our city, I'm going with James because he's been here. And he's assured me that he could do this. And he's assured me that he has a lot of faith in the department heads and the staff that he works with, that he'll get what he needs. So I'm going with James.
Okay, so we just need a motion here.
Well, then I move that we appoint James Curzan as the interim city manager for Ferndale.
Or
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly,
yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes, with explanation.
Leaks May.
Yes.
So Mayor, you and I spoke in great detail over this weekend, and you did share with me that you were going to have a conversation with James. I deeply respect your thoughts and opinions, and what you shared encouraged me to change my vote. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Congratulations.
We voted, right? Yes, we did.
We did. We voted. We voted.
All right.
So,
well, James, you're up. You're on. So thanks. All right. Goodness. All right. With that being said, we are now going to call to council, where I will defer to our current city manager
for
the last time. Open it up for department head updates.
Thank you, Mayor. He's on, but I got the mic. We will begin with Chief Emmy to give us some cooking tips for your holiday Thanksgiving dinner.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I'm going to keep my safety tips to my side of the tracks, law enforcement. This is a time for porch pirates. We have Black Friday and Cyber Monday coming up, and that means ample opportunities for porch pirates to run off with your goods. A couple recommendations: install a camera if you have it, network with your neighbors, use the Amazon lockers, have them delivered to your workplace. All of these can help prevent that. If in fact you still find yourself a victim of a porch pirate, please report. We need to know about these things if we're going to combat them. So that's the end for my safety tip. With my remaining time, I want to thank Joe for your leadership. It was under your leadership I became chief, and I really appreciate our relationship. I learned a lot from you. Your steady hand, steady leadership, unwavering, and I want to thank you for what you've taught me, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Our Assistant Fire Chief, Robert Ginther.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. I know the hour is late, and Thanksgiving, though, is fire-related, so I'm going to stay on my side of the tracks, if that's okay. And yes, we do have a station on both sides of the tracks. Chief Robinson and the Ferndale Fire Department would like to bring some things to everyone's attention. That Thanksgiving is a peak day for cooking fires. Cooking fires cause 52% of all home fires and are the leading cause of home fire fatalities overall. So with that in mind, we would like to strenuously recommend that folks stay in the kitchen while cooking is taking place, whether it's on the stovetop or in the oven. Don't assume that things are just on autopilot. We'd like you to keep knives out of the reach of children, because they are readily accessible on countertops. We'd like you to keep in mind that electrical cords from small kitchen appliances that you don't normally utilize, the heating plates, the mixers, things of that nature. Also be aware of those and keep those tucked away and out of the reach of children. We'd like you to keep matches and lighters up high and locked up. Of course, always check your smoke alarms. And the one that's really going to focus in on Thanksgiving, with anyone that has access to YouTube, is please ensure that turkey fryers are kept outside and inside a garage or overhangs attached to a structure such as carports does not qualify as outside. So they get going and they go very high very quickly, and have led to some actual structure fires catching on fire through it otherwise. So if you are going to use one of those outdoor turkey fryers, the middle of the driveway where nothing is around and no exposures, we recommend. So with that, I too would like to wish the city manager the best, and thank you for, it's been much shorter than Chief Emmy, but you know, I came on in July, but it's been a pleasure working with you, and thankfully you're not going too far north, and we look forward to working with the Royal Oak Fire Department as a member of Oakway, and with you as well. And the Chief Robinson and the Ferndale Fire Department would like to wish you all a very good Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you too would thank us, or remind us that distinction is an important distinction. I've seen some of those. Our DDA Director, Jetty Beaker.
I'm back, but with no new news because Santa at Schiffer, well, actually, first, Shop Small Saturday will be this Saturday. Parking is free in downtown. Thank you, Council, for approving that. It does make a difference for our businesses to have that extra plug and incentive for people to come and, shop small but spend big locally this season. And then Santa will be at Schiffer Park on Saturday, December 7th. We're really excited about this. It'll be similar to last year, but a little bigger, a little better, a few more treats, a few more calories, and hopefully the weather stays in our favor. So we'll look forward to seeing folks there on Planavon on Saturday, December 7th.
Thank you, Jenny. Next is our DPW Director, Jim Jamison.
So just a quick reminder, curbside leaf collection is done. Next week is the last week. So have all your leaves out by the 2nd of December. 12/6, that Friday is the final day, and then the final week for bag leaves is the 9th. And then I will thank Joe as well. Thanks for having the foresight to hire a facilities manager. I appreciate that. And thank you for giving me the chance to lead as a director. You will be missed. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jim.
Very effusive praise from Jim.
Yeah.
That's almost emotional.
Mr. Parks and Rec Director, Lorena Wheel.
Stretch it out. Okay. All right. Just to kind of, I know we heard Santa a lot today, so very excited about that. Next Saturday after next, December 7th, prior to the Santa event at Schiffer. And as part of that, we're also doing the Santa Parade, which we will go through some of the neighborhoods and making a stop at Geary Park as well as Wilson Park. Working with our comms department, we will have the map posted on our Facebook page so you can see if Santa's coming down your street. Peek out if you can't make it to the parks. And so that again will be from 1 to 2, and then we'll stop in at Schiffer from 2 to 4. In addition, our basketball, youth basketball registration is open, but it is filling fast. So if you have not registered, please make sure that you register your child if they're interested. We do have our girls basketball league going on this season as well, which is going to be grades 3rd through 5th. And so it's not co-ed, it's girls only for that one. I do want to just put a save the date. Our Little Princess Dance will be a little earlier this year, and it'll be on February 1st. We should be opening up and have advertisements going out late December. So prepare for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to announce just in general some of the updates for the Martin Road Park improvements. Majority of the project is complete, which includes 4 pickleball courts as well as the full court basketball. The striping or the color coding for the basketball court will be waiting to the spring, as well as the installation of the pavilion and shade structure. Other than that, everything is pretty much complete. And so we're just excited to have that near completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena. And finally, we have Christine Ross with some closing comments.
All right, hello again. This is also my last council meeting. So I just wanted to say a quick thank you and goodbye to all the council members, my colleagues, and the community. And also congratulations, Joe, on your new position, and congratulations, James, on your new position. I'm also going to put on my resident hat now, so about zoning, because I love zoning. When I was a planning student at Wayne State University, I was taught the 2017 Ferndale Master Plan, and then again, I was taught the 2022 Ferndale Master Plan. I was also taught sections of the current zoning ordinance that we have today. I thought that was really impactful because our community is literally benchmark of what a good community with good urban planning practices should be. So I encourage you all as we approach the final days of adopting the zoning ordinance to keep pushing the boundaries, keep being a champion of good urban design, and keep our policies being taught to up and coming planners. So cities around the country, they're all doing the same, modernizing zoning ordinances. I won't be here for the final meeting. I will be Ferndaleing my Fort Worth. So come check it out in a couple years if you want to come see all the great things we'll be working on. But I'll be cheering you all on from Zoom and YouTube as you adopt the zoning ordinance. So thank you.
And then finally, I'll close this out with a reminder that council meetings do have only one day in December, and that's traditionally they meet for 2 meetings at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock on Monday, December 16th. So you will not see a normally scheduled meeting on the second Monday of December. And finally, to quote Game of Thrones, my watch has ended. Thank you.
Have you been waiting to do that?
I have.
All right. Where did I start last time? Did I start? I think I started to my right.
Sure. Well, I wanted to, again, extend my congratulations to you, Joe. I know that you and I have had friction through the years, and you have handled it with grace. You have taught me a lot, and I think you are going to do very, very well. And I would remind you that Royal Oak's not an island, and Ferndale is not an island. So the expectation is we will work across borders. And in terms of anything else, I mean, we've said a lot tonight here. I would say with Thanksgiving coming up, I'm thankful for you all. I'm glad that we had this discussion tonight. It was robust. We aren't always going to agree, but at least we can have the discussion, and it was a good one to have. So, thank you.
Yeah, I guess congratulations, Joe. I really appreciate you. Extremely helpful to me in the last 11 months. I can't believe it's almost been a year, but I really appreciate you. And taught me a lot. Wish you the best of luck. It's been a really weird time for me since I've been elected. I have been, God, I'm going to get emotional, but I have been dealing with the family thing that's kept me out of town. So I've been, pretty much gone. And it's been difficult being here and seeing the public comment and the online stuff. It's just like really tested who I am and what I believe. And I was able to spend 2 weeks at home this week, and it filled my heart with so much joy to be here in Ferndale and remind me what I love about Ferndale and why I moved here and why I chose to run, why all of us chose to be up here is because we care about this community and we want to do better and we want to serve. And I just want to remind you all that we have much more in common than we don't. I saw somebody in the stand today tell someone not to sit next to them because they didn't believe what they said. And I thought that is not our community. We love one another and, we chose to live here. And I would encourage you when you come to call it to council that you can maybe think about what you like about Ferndale and maybe what we're doing right. And when you're talking to your neighbor, talk about what we're doing right and some of the things that brought you here and what made you stay here and why you want to live here because, we just need to see more of that. And I was able to spend Friendsgiving with 20 Ferndale residents and 4 non-residents, and we all got to talk about what we were grateful for, and a lot of us were grateful that we live here. So, my God, happy Thanksgiving.
Councilmember Polika.
2 announcements I have. One, Saturday, September 14th at 12 p.m. is the Holiday Market at Affirmations.
September 14th?
December?
Oh, I thought you said September.
December
Okay, all right.
14th. It's a Saturday.
Get in your time machine.
Come join us for the 1-year anniversary of our Holiday Market. Queer and ally artists and vendors will be filling our center with their arts and goods. There will also be pop-up drag performances and surprises during this market. All are welcome to shop and stroll. However, please be aware that arts and goods may display explicit themes, so probably no little kids. The next item is on Sunday, December 15th at 3 p.m. is the Ferndale Community Concert Band Hometown Holiday Concert. I'm really surprised that Sharon wasn't here tonight. It's going to be at the Ferndale High School. And yeah, they're going to have their regular concert. It's going to be celebrating the holiday season with music. And the M1 Jazz will also perform a few sections at the start of the concert. And lastly, not leastly, thank you, Joe, for 12 years of dedicated service to Ferndale. I know how passionate you are about Ferndale, and I know you'll still feel like there's a part of you here, as there will be, because you've been involved in so much over the 12 years, not just with development of the city, but impacting so many of the staff over the years, people that are have left, as well as people that are here. I remember when you first came on, you were the, what was it? CIO? Chief Informations Officer. Innovation, yeah, it was the innovation officer, yeah. And, yes. And it was one of the issues that I had with the city was our technology. Before Joe arrived, if you were an employee, you were given the city credit card and said, go to Best Buy and pick out your laptop that you like. That is how we that's how we had people get their technical, their equipment. We had the intranet. I don't think we had an intranet. Yeah. The IT guy was a part-time guy that basically knew how to load software into laptops. And that was basically it. We had no security. And so you did a lot in those first couple of years as CIO. Then we're promoted to assistant city manager. And then in 2019, 19, promoted to city manager. So again, I can't thank you enough for all that you've done. And I wish you the best in Royal Oak. Don't be afraid to come here with some ideas, that we can work together. We need to with our neighbors, and the best.
Thank you.
When I was approached and folks started asking me if I would consider running for council, I said no, because I didn't really have any interest in being a public figure. I'm a back office person. I'm a spreadsheets person, and it didn't really occur to me that I should be on the front end of things. As I got more comfortable with the idea, one of the things that was said to me was, but think of how much you'd get to work with Joe. And I thought through all the times, the boards and commissions and the task forces, and I thought, Joe is a city manager who I share a lot of our values. We really have the same view of what the power of local government, what local government is and should be to people, that government is not some entity encroaching into people's liberties. It's something that is there to help, to lift up the community, to be a member of the community in a sense. And you share those values, and that was truthfully one of the things that really compelled me, because I thought I will get to work with someone whose values I share, who I love ideating with and just chewing the cud and kicking ideas around and thinking through what's good for Ferndale and different ideas. And that really was one of the factors, was I was going to get to work with really great people. And then you betrayed me and decided to go to my arch nemesis, Royal Oak. And no, I love Royal Oak is wonderful, and they're very lucky to have you. And I'm so happy for you. This is an amazing step in your career. And as you approach that 5-0, this is an excellent next chapter. Because it's good that Royal Oak is getting you before you're too old to work. And I really appreciate your partnership and your friendship, and just being a fun partner, someone that I can rib and we can have fun and just enjoy serving the public. It's been a pleasure. I've loved being in the passenger seat with you, and I look forward to working with you in Royal Oak. We're going to do great things across the borders.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. What time is it? All right. So first, I want to say congratulations again to Christine. Thank you for all the work you've done here. Thank you for helping us gain that $380,000 grant that's going to do some great things for some seniors. Your work will not be unnoticed, and I wish you the best. Know that. And then I would also like to congratulate James on your new role. Looking forward to working with you. And we know what's at stake, and let's get it done. And then to Joe. Well, first of all, just for the sake of transparency, I'm the one with the horse steering coach message that you heard earlier. It was, It was really funny to see Joe. He was steering the carriage anyway. And it was my first time seeing that, and it was really funny, and it broke a lot of the ice, me being relatively new. But Joe, I just want to thank you for being so patient with me this past year. I know I've driven you crazy. I know I have, but you've handled it again with grace. You maintained your patience with me, even though I could see it in your face. So I thank you for that because you helped me get through a lot of difficult transitions this year. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate you. There, a couple of people have already mentioned it. Let's build with Royal Oak, and you had great ideas here. Let's combine those and see what we can do to partner. Don't let the little ones take that shovel and use it in the sandbox. It's yours. And I wish you all the best. I've learned a lot from you. It's really something, it's really a reflection when you have so many department heads say wonderful things about you, you have council say things about you. So whether you've realized it or not, you've made an impact and you've done great things for us here, and you're going to do great things for Royal Oak. I wish you nothing but the best. I would also like to say, oh yes. Earlier last week, I had the honor to be able to speak to the 49 new National Honor Society inductees, 52, but only 49 were there. It meant a lot to me because I've had children who have been in the Honor Society, National Honor Society, and to be able to speak to those students, recognize the names on the program, and recognize some of the members in the audience as their parents. It was really something to see. And I don't know if you know, but I'm a mother of 3 Ferndale alum, and then one who's a senior this year. So it was an honor to be able to ask to speak whenever the schools ask me to speak and come there for any reason. I come there. They've done a lot of great things for me, my children, for a lot of other students. So I just want to acknowledge those inductees tonight. Congratulations to them. And with that being said, I wish you all a happy, blessed Thanksgiving and enjoy this time with your families. I hope you take some time off. And again, you're on. So with that being said, I call this meeting, this meeting's adjourned at 11:08. I was about to start it again. Okay. Peace out.